Yeah, I like the second one much more. Yeah, I like the second one a lot more too. The first one is harder than the second, but it's so good. Perfect. Gotcha. Get ready for pain. How long did it take you to learn at this fierce level? Honestly, my paint just started getting good, so like take your time. Like more recently I just started being pretty. Everybody's like, Nem, you've always been pretty. I'm like, no, we don't have to lie to each other. Let's stop. Okay, this should work. Oh, it's because my thing isn't. Silly me. Yeah, I know. I had to fix it. I just saw your story on TikTok. Welcome in. Welcome in, TikTok friends. Hi. I'm just gonna wait a couple more minutes. I'll drink some of my coffee too. Hopefully it doesn't spill. Please don't spill. Okay. Ooh, that's good. I make a fucking good coffee. She's such a queen. I really wanted to do a cosplay because like I have like some of the stuff for like I could just do Bayonetta, but I'm gonna save it for other stuff, other bills to pay. I'm just so pretty. It's actually insane. Just saying. Good hot coffee. Yeah, because I love hot coffee. That's ew. I could, yeah, maybe. I've never played a Bayonetta game. Well, welcome in. Enjoy it with us. People do mods for this, but like, I feel like it's so weird to mod this game when you're not playing. But like, yeah, it's funny, but like, why would you not want to play as Bayonetta? She's literally an icon. She is literally the icon. Hi, Borpa. Welcome in. Does anyone know when you start the game, does it start with the, like, create your name file for the save? Or is there not name save files? I'm worried there's gonna be a slur, like the F word, because, like, back in the day I used to make my save file the F word on everything. There's no names? Okay, perfect. Now I'm not nervous. You promise? Just save data? Okay. Perfect. It seems there's some Bayonetta fans in the chat, so... Hi, Dee. Welcome in. We're starting a new series today. We finished all of our series for the last couple weeks. We finished, obviously, Skyward Sword, and then we finished... What was the other one? Huh. Already forgettable. But I'm happy that we finished everything, so I can kind of just like feel free. All right, let's start. We finished Stray. I just want to like make sure this is not. I'm like worried it's gonna slur. I'm gonna do easy. I'm gonna do easy because I don't want to like die. Okay, we're good, I think. In a universe of life and dark or something. Yes, Resident Evil 8. And Resident Evil 6. Mothers. That's my mother.
Long since erased from the records of time, there once existed two European clans.
We're turning it up already. Okay, also, I just want to let everybody know, if you're watching the VOD, if you're watching something, the quality of the stream is not going to be the best, because let me tell you, streaming is different than recording, and recording is different from streaming. So when you're streaming, there's a thing called encoders. Encoders are trying to keep up with the stream quality, so the quality of the stream drops when there's too much stuff on the screen. So you can enjoy for what it's worth, but it's not going to be like you're playing the game yourself. So, just letting you know that ahead of time. I'm not gonna stress about it. Welcome in, Maddie.
Overseers of history for the powers that be. The Umbra Witches, dwellers of the darkness, and the Lumen Sages, controllers of the light. The clans paid each other great respect, and their efforts to maintain the balance between them defended the just passage of time. Yet one day, that balance was toppled.
Thank you, Human Isaac. Sorry, my alerts are like kind of funky right now, but thank you for the biddy. No, because she is the moment.
The once harmonious clans fell into disagreement and stoked the flames of hatred against each other.
I pose, I strut.
The conflict between the Umbra and the Lumen threw all of Europe into a chaotic loop of battle, ambush, assassination, and casualty. It was truly a gruesome war. Despite the tremendous radiance of God shining upon them, the Lumen Sages were gradually weakened by the assault of the secretive Dark Witches. Years after the balance was lost, the war had ended in the Umbra Witches' favor.
I want to be an Umbra Witch. I love music like this. It gets me ready. Like I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fuck.
Their victory was short-lived. Fearing the witches' dark abilities, humans began to condemn the remaining Umbra. They launched the witch hunts, rounding up the battle-weary witches with little resistance and subjugating those who wished to continue the struggle. Human faith in the miracles of their god pushed the witch hunts further, and soon the Umbra Witches, keepers of the darkness, were extinguished from the earth.
I danced to the music? That was too good. That's as crazy I think it gets. It doesn't, it gets kind of crazy, but like that's like a lot when you're on the falling clock. Just found out about you from some TikTok of you playing Mario Kart. Yes, it went crazy. The numbers went crazy. Thank you, King Katie, for the follow. But welcome in, we're happy to have you. We stream 5 times a week here if you want to come by. So if anybody's unaware, that's John. She's Bayonetta's, like, But she's not Bayonetta. And Bayonetta's name isn't even Bayonetta, so just putting that out there. I remember this part. I played like up to this part and then I stopped because I'm stupid. Persona. I can't wait till we get to the second one when like Bayonetta, she keeps going, little one! Little one! I love her. Oh, no. I saw the like P symbol and I thought Persona.
It looks like Humpty Dumpty.
He just peed on it?
Even old Eggman the Destroyer gets scrambled in the end, right? You know,
Persona? Yeah, I've played Persona 4. It's my favorite.
I just drop off the merchandise. Hey, bet you can't guess what today is. Reading the good Lord's book ain't gonna do much. People been waiting for this asshole to get whacked for ages. Please.
I've also played 5 and 3, but never finished them.
There's no love lost for old Humpty Dumpty. But
my chin is like really itchy right now. No, it's okay. I see your message, don't worry.
And I prefer my shoes made out of rubber, not concrete. But hey, it's that kind of town. Without good-hearted souls like us to put these bastards 6 feet under, where'd society be? Of course, the pay's not bad either.
No, literally body goals.
Jesus, you really get into this shit, don't you? If it were me, I'd be praying he ends up barbecue. Or at least sunny side up.
Very funny. I hate this guy. Isn't his name Enzo or something?
Guys meeting the Lord is if God's hungry for breakfast. Speaking of hungry, we done here? My kids are baking me a birthday cake tonight. Cute little fuckers, I tell you what. Well then, adios.
Okay.
What the fuck? They're here? For this douchebag? Ah! I hate this damn light. I can't see a thing. Oh! But they're there, ain't they? You hearing me? You can see them, can't you?
I see them. They are instruments of God, descending upon his heavenly rays to earth.
Oh my God!
Dear Lord, grant us guidance and keep safe the souls of our loved ones for all eternity.
Hi, Red. No, like, trying not to say mother for 10 minutes, and it's those girls, like, holding in their breath. Like, how can you not? Like, she's so mother. I love that thing when it does that. Satisfying.
You look tired.
Let me tuck you in.
Hi, Bev. Thank you for 23 months. I love you. Yeah, it is. Thank you, D. Oh, is that what's his name? Isn't his name like Ro? It's like Ro something. Oh, he's so fine. Oh, he's so hot. You can't even deny. Oh, the platform shoes. Meow, meow. Shh. I knew it was Enzo and Ronin.
How about you get out of here? You die, and I'm gonna have to go back in that hole chasing after
The music? I'm shaking my, I would literally be shaking my ass if I wasn't sitting in a chair right now. Which time? Mother. If you didn't know, Bayonetta uses her hair as clothes, as a weapon. So when she's fighting, she gets more naked. I gotta do a cosplay of her. I gotta. Donations now. Fuck.
Ah, this is cheeky. Throwing me these cheap toys.
Don't worry about quantity. I've got quantities.
I love women. I love women. Bev! Not why my tip's sticky. Ah!
If you're just gonna watch, I'm putting you to the work.
Couples costumes idea.
That was your last call. No more shots from me, Bayonetta.
As long as there's music, I'll keep on dancing.
Mother! The way I already did it, and it's like, do it in the tutorial. Like, the music is just too good. I'm immersed. I'm just vibing. I'm so sorry.
You can't take me like this. It's against regulations, I tell you.
We gotta get him.
Ah! Damn it, who did that? I just bought the damn thing.
Oh, the car. The car's iconic.
Haven't you figured it out yet? There's no quarter for you in this world.
Oh, that's cute, Angel. I love that. I love Steven Universe. Honestly, why have I... Never mind. Verse number 1. Verse queen.
Radon should be paying me.
She would not be verse. I feel like she's just Dom mommy top.
The fix? How the fuck do I always get wrapped up in this shit?
Engine still purrs nicely. Now,
I can purr for you, Bayonetta.
you've been looking
I will
into
bark for you.
so
I will literally bark for
have a
you.
quick chat.
See? This is why I told you I was going home. I just got held up in the air by some invisible things, and you want an intelligence briefing? It never stops with you.
You keep belly aching like that, and you're liable to wake Eggman from the dead. And I don't think either of you would like that. Catch you later, Bayonetta. Something tells me you're gonna need a rush on our special project before this shit hits the fan.
Wait, Rodan.
Oh, it's Rodon. Sorry.
Such a popular chap. I bet they hate him down there as much as you did when he was up here. We just need to make sure he won't come crawling back when they kick him out.
Nothing a flower bed can't fix. Fill her up.
He's so hot. Like, I love his tattoos.
Finish up in
Ooh.
5 minutes or you're walking home to your cake and candles.
What? Don't you leave me here!
She's so me. She's like, the man can do the work. And she's right.
Oh, what a day! I'm screwed! Ah, it's gonna take every cent I earned on this charade to pay for the damage. I tell you what, if I could see them bastards that did this to my car, forget about it.
Enzo, the road. Pay attention.
How can you be so calm? You're still getting screwed in all this too. Of all the lowlife
Or just eating a lollipop? I can't.
I've never seen one get wrapped up in a fight with God's messengers. Dressed like a nun too. When you end up in the afterlife, that's not going to be pretty.
I can't help it if I like the little outfits. The toys are nice too.
Hey, 20 years ago, you woke up stuck in a casket at the bottom of a lake. All you can remember is that you're a witch. But now, you're stuck because you gotta sacrifice our halo-wearing friends every day or they'll drag your ass back down to hell. I know, I thought I got screwed, but being forced to slap around the divine for a living, that's really getting screwed.
If I needed a biographer, you wouldn't be my first choice.
Oh!
I see to the funeral. You get me the information I asked for. That was our deal.
Come on now! Look at my poor car! I'm working for free after this! At least let me get a drink at Rodon's before you start grilling me. The info I got is good. It's gonna get you close to finding the other stone in the pair and figuring out some of that lost past of yours. I swear. After jewels instead of cash, just like a girl. Jesus, can't you take a joke?
Enzo, someone's given you a present. Too bad. I can't stand bugs.
Who did that?
Huh? What the fuck?
Oh. Hello, other mother.
You? What's the matter, Bayonetta? All that sleeping made you soft. I forgot she just does that. She's like BDSM, like torture devices. Her bottom lash is stunning.
shit. Just unplugged my headphones like an idiot. Having to wash her hair. Well, she'd have to wash her whole outfit because that's her hair. But yeah. Razula, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in.
Those assholes sure know how to get attention. Even perk the ears of the hotheads down home.
You don't say.
It's getting harder and harder to tell the worlds apart. Human world. Inferno. Paradiso. Who can tell the difference?
Even harder with Purgatorio in the middle. Fight long enough in there and you'll really lose sight. Why the
Oh, I love that emote.
It's a balance, right?
I'm doing good. We're just starting stream playing Bayonetta 1. I keep almost wanting to say 3. Like, yeah, I'm the only person playing Bayonetta 3. I'm like so wise.
Fucking around like this, the Book of Revelations is gonna look like Mother Goose. Heaven and
Oh,
hell
Mother Goose?
are gonna go straight for each other's throats.
Heaven and hell can tear each other to pieces for all I care. I've got my own problems to worry about.
Something's up. Everything was a bit too bracing, and Enzo's tip makes the timing too perfect. This reeks of a setup. Someone in one of those lost
When we play Bayonetta 2, I'm gonna have to hook up my Wii U. It's gonna be so camp.
I got a little present for you. These babies are special. Built from an alloy the devil himself would kill to get his hands on. Don't break these, because they're one of a kind.
I break them. Oh, I lick my lips. She is so...
Calling me out? I don't go in for strange offers. Then again, I'm getting a little tired of these weaklings they keep throwing at me. Maybe I should aim for something a bit more high class.
Pounding them down tonight, baby. Not to butt into your affairs, but I'm pretty sure you got somewhere better to be.
Me and who?
You're up against aren't the type to wait for you to finish a round. Enzo, her drinks are going on your tab, buddy. You deadbeat motherfucker.
I did it!
I should have been a pole dancer.
Oh, I should have been a pole dancer. She's so mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
I got nothing. Yeah. I didn't do too well. Oh, cracking my fingies. Chapter 1, The Angels Metropolis. I'd like to save.
So, I asked around, and some whale in Europe is trying to fence a huge rock on the black market. He calls it the right eye, saying it's part of some set called the Eyes of the World. Fits the bill of what you're after, don't it? Now, here's the funny bit. The stone passes around the halls of power for hundreds of years, vanishes, and then the black market goes white hot for the thing. But the seller wanted an arm and a leg for it, to the point no one could stomach the price. So back goes the stone. But not before everyone figures out where the guy is. You're gonna enjoy doing this one, I bet. I love sticking it to the rich. Of course, when you do, don't forget your old buddy Enzo stuck his neck out on this one.
My Face ID not recognizing me.
This guy's pocket for my troubles, right? Anyway, you better get going before the trail gets cold. Off to the middle of nowhere.
Stop, I'm the same person.
Vigorous.
Welcome to Escort, our final stop. Entry visas are required of all travelers. Please submit your Escort-issued entry visa for inspection upon disembarking. Please make sure you take all your valuable belongings with you. Repeating this message. Welcome to Escort.
Not PayPal wanting me to do something with crypto, girl. Not Lady Gamden. I'm twerking right now. Is that so? Hi, Cams. I know this cutscene. You know what my necklace says? Guess what my necklace says? Guess what my necklace says.
So, this is supposed to be paradise?
It starts with a P and ends with C's. No, but it should say that. Ice try. Hey everyone. She's so motherly. Wait. Oh, I can do that. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running. Doing your mom. I don't want to talk to these people. Oh, I shoot them. Oh, I shoot them again. Oh, I kill them. Oh, I shoot them. Protect. I'm pretty immersed in this game. I'm really enjoying the gameplay. I mean, I don't think I've replayed Bayonetta or played a Bayonetta game in like a decade. Like, I think the last time was when the Wii U came out and I was like, oh my god, Bayonetta 2. I think when Bayonetta 2 came out, which was forever ago. So, it's nice to revisit. I'm home. Ooh, thank you for the follow. I was hoping I could do some. Oh! Oh. I break the set. True. I feel like there's something over here. Hello? Oh wait, there's a ladder. That's not a ladder. I lied. Someone tell me where to go. One of you people in this place. Stop running around. Tell me. Address me. Oh, is that a big door right there? What the heck? I'm getting stuck on the first chapter. On the bottom, there's a metal detector that you go through to get to the next area. Oh, there's a metal detector? Thank you, Brayden. Oh, we just go to this area? Then, okay. Wait, no, this isn't it. I'll find it. Move out of my way, people. Oh, I see it. I'm so silly. Oh. Well, that's not nice. I can roleplay walk. I roleplay walk. Respond to it. Getting closer to it makes it glow brighter as if it's some sort of... It's to respond to a witch's power. Oh, I see. I did it. My screen is flickering so much. Stop. It's like hurting my eyes. You guys can't see it, but I can see it, and it's like unbearable. And it keeps happening with my games. There's a hole. Is that so? Oh, close up, booby shot. Her body, like, are you kidding? Can I just like fall down here? Oh, maybe I didn't want to do that. Wait, yes I do. An object bearing the seal of the sun. Upon the pedestal, there is an engraved headstone, making this the resting place of a witch. Oh, rip. I have a name, please. What's this I see?
You want to touch me?
Ha!
I've got a fever, and the only cure is more dead angels.
Oh my god! Did you just hear that reference? That's so funny. She said, I've got a fever, but the only prescription is more... That's a reference to, I've got a fever, but the only prescription is more cowbell. Yeah, when I ask for help, but... What is happening? Genji Butts, I love that username. Hi, Zeno! What's the name of that person that made Delta Sandwich? No, those are sandwich artists. You need to get it correct. Don't mess up her words. Mother's words are mother's words. Keyblade. Uh-oh. I changed a present. Wicked Weave. I already know this. Giggles. Got him! I strut over here. Open up. Lumen Sage, Umbra Witch, when their powers meet in the strength, the lightning will release the test. If you wish to walk on upon water, prove your metal by dodging the lightning in a single hair's breadth. I drown. Why did she sink? That's so funny. Said, I'm out of here. Oh, excuse me. Got him. You want to touch me? Hi everyone. How y'all doing? I saw you on TikTok and immediately became obsessed. Oh, thank you. Happy to have you here. Hello, sexy.
Teeming with heaven's little helpers. It's making my buddies downstairs awfully nervous.
And your point is?
Some places in this world are closer to Paradiso or Inferno.
I got my notebook. Right. Whatever that means.
It got a special air about them.
Paradiso and Inferno and...
That shit just
right.
creeps me out. I guess I'm gonna have to set up shop here and score me some halos. These stupid rings are worth a fortune back home. Since it seems you're spoiling for a fight, if you come across any of these, bring them to me, and I'll hook you up.
Another one looking to line his pockets. I'm beginning to see why Enzo is so fond of you.
Is there a Paradiso drink at Starbucks? I want a pink drink so bad from Dunks right now, but all the Dunks are closed. I'm like, where? I need a 24-hour Dunks right next to me. I'm so sorry to the people that have to work it, but like, I just want a pink drink.
No. You get one thing straight. I'm not the slightest bit interested in the fact that you made these guys.
Hi, Shay. Welcome in. Thank you, babe.
If you get in my way, I will.
It's a paradise drink. It's coconut, pineapple, and passion fruit.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Bust a cap in your ass.
What was that?
Right on, baby. Right on.
I'll get that when I go away and I have to go get like Starbucks and the... Because there's no Starbucks near me at all. Like, I think the closest one is like 20 miles away. But I do have to go to the mall in the next couple days. Did y'all see... Nope, I can't say that. I keep wanting to say this story, but I can't tell you because it'll like pretty much dox me. Yes, Liv, don't say which mall, but yeah. I think that lady was... I think she was... Yeah. Poor thing. I feel bad, but it's kind of funny. Wow, this is gorgeous. Look how pretty this is. On my screen's like flickering black and white right now. It's horrible. I don't know why. Like, strobe flash warning. It's terrible. I literally don't know why. Like, if I could show you. Let me... I'm gonna see if I can get a video of it, because last time I tried to get a video of it, it didn't work. Yeah, through my camera, it's not flickering. And as soon as I... Is it just my eyes? I'm literally not crazy. Like, it's... Let me breathe. Yeah, mine too. My friend told me that it's something with like the refresh rate or whatever bullshit, but I can't find a way to fix it. Spank! Spank, 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 spank! Me and who? I'm Bayonetta. LMAO. How's Marin? Thank you for the raid. How are you doing, babes? Oh, Jesus. Beloved! My beloved. Climax time! And that's how you clear. I'm gonna head out and get some things done, but we appreciate it and thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great night. I love you so much. I appreciate you. When I fight with this, the way she shrank it. Okay, it looks good on her. This is a trumpet. I walk. I love that she just struts.
I've got a fever, and the only cure is more dead angel. You want to touch me?
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 You want to touch me? You want to touch me? You want to touch me? You want to touch? You want to touch? You want to touch me? You want to touch me?
I'm trying to see if there's more emotes. You want to touch me? The way she cleared. And that's how you clear. And that's how you clear. They get more aggressive. Oh, that's funny. Oh. Outfit change check.
What are you doing? Let's go.
What the? I run for my life? Help me! Someone help me! Not my fellow witch! Oh, bitch, this is trauma! No wonder she forgot, right? Like, damn. Her girlie's just getting chopped up right in front of her. Fuck. Oh, he said, I'm out of here. I killed 2 witches. I don't have to kill the 3rd. Oh. She said, Michael Jackson, pose. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate y'all. And welcome into the new, the network, new friends from TikTok. I'm going to be streaming 4 days next week, starting at 2 p.m. We're going to be doing a live presentation of GamesCon. It's one of my favorite things we do here on the channel. I do live showcases of gaming news, and I'll be live on the scene of GamesCon. So 2 p.m. every day for 4 days in a row. So I hope to see you there. If anyone was unaware, there's also notifications in my Discord, so you can figure that out. Deathloop, I can't wait. It's like my favorite. It's basically replacing E3 this year, so that's exciting to know that there's something. And also, like, we haven't had one in a while. Like, we haven't had, like, a presentation in a while, so I'm excited, because those are, like, my favorite streams. They're, like, my favorite of all time. Like, to just do them. They're fun. We get to sit and watch something together, and then it still provides content. And we're also going to be a direct, we're going to be one of the like official partnered streamers with Gamescom. So I'll be on their website as well, which is really cool.
You give me that record, and I'll order up something so fiendish, angels will cry at the sight of it. I'll just have to pop down to the tropics for a bit. So take a load off.
I'm gonna go to the mall tomorrow and get some pretty dresses. Because I have no new dresses for you guys. I don't have anything new to wear. And for those, like, I know y'all are like, we don't care if you rewear outfits, but for those, like, the presentation ones, I like to make it like it's a red carpet. So I want to get something new to wear. I could have worn this, but I didn't.
All done. He's a little rude.
Yeah.
But he makes up for it with charm. Be nice to him, okay?
Oh, Onyx. Y'all better be jumping. Come on, tell us. You better be jumping. Forgot you can buy combos. I eat some combos. Oh, that's why none of y'all were responding, because you went to the movies. What movie did you see? What movie was it? My cousin just saw that. What is that about? Is it like popular? Like, what is it? I don't have any money. Like, I literally can't buy anything in this right now. Oh, Maddie wants to come out of nowhere now that Talos is here, but Maddie doesn't want to hang out with me. It's fine. I get it, Maddie. It's fine. Oh, we're doing this again. What the? Oh! Wait, why is this guy kind of hot? What the? What is happening right now? Sir, please put the bridge down. Please, this is not... Sir, please. All right. Ah! Oh, poses. Ass up. That's how I lay down after I get out of the shower in my bed. Oh, he's back. Back for more. Oh, we're supposed to be running away. Not me, baby. I want to fight you. Uh-oh. I lied. Avocado! Avocado! Yeah, 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 Nom, 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 nom. This is scary. Well, it's a game about angels and demons and witches and summon me from my lurk. Yeah, when I get naked too, like Bayonetta, I scream avocado. That's exactly what I do. Before I go in the shower, avocado! And then I just drop my towel. I do too. I like her Bayonetta. I like her Bayonetta second one too. The Bayonussi? The Bay what? The who? Thank you for the follow. Oh, I missed. Oh! 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 All right, great. I have a friend named Chris. Okay. Have a great time, friend. Oh, we finished that chapter? Slay. Slay, slay. Whoa! Thank you so much. Wilkins Lumpkins, thank you for gifting 20 tier 1 subs to the community. Thank you so much for your generosity. Mwah. Thank you, Angel Babe. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. How was your day? Thank you so much for being so generous to our community. I'm shocked. Thank you for paying some of my bills, babe. If anybody wants me to say anything for their friend, you can book me on Cameo. I'll reopen my Cameo. Actually, I'll take a second. I'll reopen my Cameo for you to book a cameo for your friend Christopher. Watch this. Cameo. Just for you. Just for you. I'm doing this just for you. Oh. Why not? Let me book. Oh my god, it won't let me open my cameos. Damn. Well, that sucks. Thank you, Talos, though. Hello? I could do that. I could ride a motorcycle like that. No, but seriously, Wilkins, I appreciate you. My internet bill is like $80 a month. It's horrible, but so I appreciate the gifted subs.
Out to find some answers about your past, are we?
You've quite the familiar face, and using the same powers. But you'll have to forgive me.
Could you imagine? I would literally die on a motorcycle.
Same powers?
Hi, Dwarven.
Don't make me laugh. Your little dip in that lake has left you a bit rusty.
I've been high and dry for 20 years now. The only rust on me is from the lack of any real challenge. Perhaps you're up for the task.
You've already disappointed me.
You rode on a motorcycle once? That's crazy. I don't think I ever will. That's scary. Bayonetta, you need to get that.
This is a moment I've long desired. But you've forgotten your destiny. And wasted the past 20 years.
You're right. I do seem to be having trouble remembering things of late. Would you be so kind as to take it from the top?
Two overseers, the eyes of the world. They are the power behind everything.
John, as heir to the clan, the time has come for you to prove your right to fight under the Umbran name.
I love Jan's outfit right there.
Opponents of your choice.
Then allow me to face the outcast.
Ivy, thank you for your prime.
Leaving Kiadagat, the child is of impure blood. Challenging her would be a violation of our tenets of faith.
It would not be the first time we faced each other.
Kiard?
Will you face me in this hallowed arena?
Well, if I must. But I pray you've got a little something for me in return. You know, I'm very fond of stuffed animals.
Yeah!
Oh. Wait, what? Trish is gonna be on Raw next week? Why? Wait, why? Wait, why? Stop. Cut the music. Toxic Attraction winning? I know that's right! The finals better be Io and Dakota versus Toxic Attraction. I fucking pray to God. Okay, anyways, let's play Bayonetta. Why did she have giant hands? True. I walk.
I've
You've got a fever, and the only cure is more dead angels.
Oh, I'm playing on easy. Oh, really? Oh, Mandy didn't come out? That sucks. Not the children laughing. Deer and decorations. Ice try. Yeah, so wasn't there like something about the new Bayonetta game? They said they're like censoring a lot of it for the Switch. I would assume, right? So they censor a lot of stuff. I was looking at gay dating sims that have like not safe for work sections, and one of them is on the Nintendo Switch. I'm like, how did y'all get that on the Switch? Like, how is that? Like, there's prawn in that game. Like, how did you get that approved? I walk in. Hello? This game stands up, though, for, like, being how old it is. Like, when did this game come out? I don't know, actually. That's a good question, if Bayonetta is going to be on something besides the Switch. I think it'll probably be a Switch exclusive. I think this was just a different story. I think the... 2009? Holy shit. Where there's no nudity. Got you. I will not be using that. I won't be using that because I don't have a lounge room. Even though I'm Australian, I don't have a lounge room for my Arvo afternoons. I keep fucking up. Hey! I don't get it. Oh. There's a thing right behind me. Oh. Hi, statues. I run. I did it. Nintendo funded 2 and 3, so it probably won't unless Nintendo starts... Oh, okay. Because it's like a Persona ISP. Yeah, I really... Wait, when does that... We said it came out like in 2 days, right? Like 3-4 days. I really want it. Hashtag LOL. You just ID you GGAF. You're just so funny. Her butterfly shot. I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice her shadow is butterfly. Madame Butterfly. I'm just saying things. IDGAF. You're just so crazy. Stop this person. August 25th. Jesus. My wallet. Stop. Yeah, the smorgasbord game. Oh, is this what's his name? This is what's his name. Cringe baby guy. Oh, here we go.
Do you believe in fate? Fate brought us here together, and it will never tear us apart.
Dumbass. I know he didn't just miss him like that. Stupid.
Sayonara.
No, he's sass.
Fleur de ciré eau de parfum.
Look, he has a mullet. He's sass.
Such a wonderful floral bouquet. With its subtle hints of rosemary. You know, in the language of flowers, rosemary equates to remembrance. Which doesn't quite equate to you, now does it? Bayonetta. Shit! Will you stop that?
That little bug on Enzo was a nice touch. Seeing you here, I suppose it wasn't the only one. You've certainly bloomed, haven't you, my little Cheshire puss?
I'm not your pet. The name is...
I'm not your dog.
A name you better remember. Shit! Damn it! Wait! You can't just run away from me like that! I know what I saw that day!
What is this trauma everybody has?
I know all about your kind. Sure, my colleagues laugh at me for chasing fairy tales, amongst other things. But I know they're real. I know the truth. The smell. It's the same smell that clung to the air the day my father was murdered. Which means I'm right on your doorstep, Bayonetta.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Cheshire.
The name is Luke.
Your sense of smell, my dear.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Cassie.
There's no rosemary in the perfume. After all, rosemary is a demon repellent.
Oh, I guess it doesn't work. Yikes. Oh, thank you, Cassie. I can't wait to see. Get back here, you beast. Mwah. She does like more of a limp wrist with it. She goes, mwah.
You only run away so fast because you've got something to run from. Me! But you can't escape me forever.
Yes, I can. And I will. Giggles. Hi, Lucy. How's your week going? I roleplay walk. Walk for me. Walk for me. Guess who I met? I have no idea, babes. Let me know. What's that over there? I pick it up. Oh, I pole dance? Oh my god, that's awesome! Stan GG. Get back here. You get back here! What was that? What the? Enchant! Oh, easy. Mwah. GG ease. Like, so ease. Like, the easiest I've ever done in my life. I see something. When I see something, I say something. What the? I'll take this. I'll go this way. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow. Huh. So why me? What did I do? What I do? Oh! Avocado. Oh, I got a CD. Wait, what is that called? What did I just say? The two letters I just said together, what did I say? CD's nuts. Ho ho! No, we will be doing this again. Slay Mama, I DGAF what you think of me. Sorry. Sorry. I'm going to the gates of hell. Because Slay Mama talked to me, I need to go to hell.
Working me to the bone, but no need to pity me. I was bored anyways. Let me go whip some things into shape for
you. You should get used to this place. So angry I can't type. True. You can try on your new iPad, it'll probably fit your fat fingers.
this took a bit of pounding the shape, but the workmanship's solid. Now, go put this thing to good use.
Oh, I got a weapon. Her joining Smash on Wii U making everyone mad because she was too powerful. No, literally. She's an icon, she's a legend, and she's the moment. High safety. I'm playing Bayonetta. Thank you, safety, baby. Are you excited for next week when we do a bunch of live streams of the game premieres? I buy the stiletto move? True. Thank you, Lucy. I feel really pretty tonight. Thank you for noticing. I just got my nose done. And my cheeks. Oh, look at this cat. Wait, there's so many cats. Wait, those are birds. Okay. I'm not wearing my glasses. Go in there. I'm picking it up, I'm picking it up, I'm loving, I'm living, I'm picking it up. Oh! Mwah! No! See, that's my problem, is that glasses usually ruin your makeup. Everyone's like, Nem, wear your glasses, and I'm like, no, no. No, that's not how it works. Okay, we have to do the thing again. Robert, thank you so much for the follow. Avocado. I run. I run in my naked heels. Runs. I did it. No, I want to get prescription contacts that are colored. Like, I want to get like lighter eye colors. Like, I want light blue. Even though my eyes are already blue, but I want like lighter blue. Or like even green. Like green eyes would be pretty. I have to see
Who's there?
Little one. Yeah, my sneezes are insane.
My scurrying little friend. Just a child? What are you doing running around Vigrid? You're certainly not dressed in your Sunday best.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words,
Yeah, my mom told me that too. There's ones that you can sleep in and some that last a week, like contacts. And she was like, if you ever get them, you should get those. Because I would totally forget. Hi! Hey! Okay. Oh. Oh no! I'm gonna die. What is happening? Right. Hi, Hebe. Please don't hurt me. Ugh! Ah! Not the quick time. The shadow remains past. I don't know what she said. Oh, I do this. I spin round and round, round and round, round and round. No, literally, do you have one of those breastplates that you have to put on like a t-shirt? It's terrible. Me either. I don't wear it either. So since mine is like kind of older, like mine's like on its way out. I think I'm just gonna like try cutting it to be like the bib ones and like safety pin it in the back to see how it works out. It's gonna look like shit, but like it's like already dead. So I'm gonna try it. Cause it's way too hot. It's like, I can't. It's terrible. Aimbot. Watch this. Okay. The shadow remains casted. Oh. Well, thank you. Glad to have you here to get me through. Okay, we have 47. What is this? Gold. A mysterious jewel that automatically recharges the 2 segments of the magic gauge. Mysterious jewel that drastically increases the one's vitality. Candy wrapped in its magical barrier. Candy containing an energy with extract. Candy containing an extract that increases one's alertness. Candy that contains an extract with healing properties. A magic fluid said to be played causes heavy damage to nearby angels. I'm gonna do this one. I don't want to talk about it. Did I miss? Absolutely. Did I miss the quick time as well? Yes. Yeah, so when I was younger too, safety, I slept with my glasses on, and that's why if you look at my profile, which I hate showing my profile because I'm so insecure of this, but if you look at my profile, you can see there's an indent on my nose right here, and it's because I used to sleep with my glasses on. So there's an indent in my nose. Thank you. I don't like my profile, but I appreciate the compliments. I just I had this weird instinct that I had to keep my glasses on at all times or I was gonna die. I don't know. Please don't ask. I really don't know. Thank you, Arrow. It's one of my insecurities, so thank you for the compliments. Oh, he's talking. It was Cell. Tell me, child, what is your name?
If I was your child, I'd be an awfully ugly witch, wouldn't I? Yours is a face only a mother could love, and one I could never forget. If only I could remember where from.
Well then, my apologies. If you are not my awakener, then I shall have no— Oh!
No quarrel? You're in no position to decide that. See, my infernal partners love my ability to eliminate your kind. I figure your sacrifice would shut them up for a while.
What is happening? How did this happen? Why is that happening? What? Guys, there's lava. Fairness? I don't think there's anything fair about this. Oh! Get him. The way I just insta-killed that mini-boss. Okay. That's so unfair. Oh my Jesus. Her just looking. She said another day. Oh. All right. Ow. Parkour. Bayonetta said parkour. Oh, she can't catch a break, huh? What is happening? I just died. I saw this straight man playing Bayonetta once and I almost cried. Does he not know Bayonetta is for the girl? No, literally. Not allowed. Was he like, what is happening? I would actually pay to watch that. Just some like random straight guy just being like, just not understanding. I hit the button! I hit it. You poopy. I got it. You guys are easy. Slay. Devoured. I devoured. Okay. One minute. You sit there, Bayonetta. You stay. You stay put. Just the cow that keeps on giving. You missed a quick time? Oh. Sorry. I'm doing business. Business in the front, party in the back, as they say. Or something. I don't like these guys. Stop it. Fuck you. I shoot him down. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. Okay. Ah! Why are we in a volcano? What happened? I don't have like anything. I don't think I can do anything. I don't have any money. Then why'd you order a fucking pizza?
Take care of my babies, will you? Some people may have a thing for the 45s, but to me, these are the real works of art.
Not enough caffeine, I see. Oh, go back. Oh, I do a breakdancing combo. So there's 18 chapters in this game and we're on 3. I sucked. So I'd like to get to a halfway point before we end tonight's stream. I go through this gate. Mac, thank you for the follow. You guys. Did she really? Oh, wow. This is pretty. Paradiso. Paradiso. When I break it. The way she straddled the lever. She's so mother. Oh, I have this. I don't know what this does, but I'm gonna carry it. I wanna carry the night. Oh, I see. I see what you want me to do here. Give me this. Give me that. I want to marry the night. Wait. Oh. I was gonna say you're not allowed to do this. Back in hell. Or not hell, but it's close to it. Do it, do it, do it. Do it now, make it good. I run for my fucking life. Everybody, please. Wait until I'm across the bridge and then it can break and then, yeah. Huh, good morning, Bev. Alright. Alright. Stop. How am I gonna make this one? I'm not gonna... We're down here near the lava! The larvae. Conceptual, thank you so much for the follow. Alright. Hi, Techline. Thank you. I used a $2 lip liner, and it's as small as can be. I'm very sad about it, because I'm not going to be able to use it for much longer. It's my favorite lip liner, too. Paradiso. Eggplanto. Big PPO. Whoa, didn't mean to do that, but I guess I just did a breakdance. I'm gonna wait right here, and I'm going to get water and a drink. Water and a drink. My God. Wouter. I had a nightmare. All I remember was that Tammy Brown was in it. Yeah, then it wasn't a nightmare. I also just looked in the mirror and my hair looks so pretty today. My makeup looks so pretty. I'm so, like, gay. I love it. I feel gorgeous. Trying to get comfortable without hurting my nuts. I'm not tucked, but my cell shaded cup. It's my last bag of pretzels. I bought like a variety pack like 2 months ago and now I'm finally out. And I have to eat the original ones. I don't like the original pretzels unless they're like soft pretzels. I don't like these fuckers. I like the snaps or I like the sticks. Cause I like dick. Yeah, anyone else love cock? Not emote, Bev. Shut up. Me when I put this can between my cooch and I open the bottle with my cooch. Ow. Queen Mana, thank you for gifting a sub to Bayonetta. Its own theme, isn't it? Sorry. Alright, let me open this bottle with my coochie. Ah! I did it. A good job, question mark. Can I land this in the trash can from over here? Let's see. Let's inspect. I did not. Bayonetta's like, can you hurry the fuck up, bitch? The way I'm eating normal pretzels now, and then for dinner I have soft pretzels to eat. A pretzel, obsession. You bought my merch? Or just merch? Oh my god! I'm so excited to see them on you. Thank you for buying my stuff. My artists are so talented. Like, I love all their shit they have for me. I need to get one of the sponge fleece hoodies with one of the new designs. Because it's like literally the most comfortable sweater, like hoodie. I'm not even bullshitting y'all to buy my shit, but like that hoodie, so fucking comfy. I don't know how I feel about this minigame every time. IV means 4, right? Because 5 means V. Twillager, thank you so much for the follow. So I'm not a mathematician, but... So that means we're a fourth of the way done. 4 times 4 is 8. 8 times 8. Nope. We're a sixth of the way done. I love TikTok. It's so fucking funny. I can't believe I haven't made more shit on TikTok. It's so funny. I'm getting so many transphobic comments and I'm just like replying to them and just being like silly and stupid. Like one of them was like, drag queens are the worst thing to ever happen to Twitch. And then I replied it and literally went, your mom. How did it? Hi Dynamite Sky, I'm happy to see you. How are you doing? Did you see SmackDown? Trish is gonna be on Raw next week, and then SmackDown tonight was Toxic Attraction's debut. I love talking about wrestling. We should talk about wrestling for hours, Dynamite Sky. I hope you're doing amazing. You look like you're having a great time. No, I don't get notifications for that, Lucy, but thank you. If I did, I don't know. The TikTok AI, well, I mean the UI is confusing as fuck.
You again? And here I thought I'd seen the last of you.
Who's that in the chat? Who is that she, they in the chat? I sense, I look, I see.
I'm sure you'll be more than hospitable to me this time around.
That's me, that's me. Hello, house music, my beloved.
I'm sorry. I forgot to mention one of the reasons I hunt your kind. You're much too ugly not to put out of your misery.
Oh, she devoured. She said, you ugly fucking bitch, die. Mita Owen on Total Drama Island.
Flock off, featherface.
Not flock off. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Hoses. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Smack cam. Oh! Oh, help me! Help me! Somebody help! Somebody help me! He's shooting meatballs at me. Nobody's saving. We're not having a meatball discussion today. Like the food, not the drag queen. Okay. The way I've done no damage to it yet, so true me. Okay. Alright. When the fun is over, the fun is over. Oh! Okay. Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah! I breakdance. Oh, I pose. She's so me. Fearing for her life, and she goes, face down, ass up. Hey, hey, daddy. Where'd this thing go? Hello? Get back here. You get back here. All right. The fun. It's over. Approaches. Giggles. Yeah! I have never played this game either, House Music, but I've played the second game, but I've never played this one. So this is all first time for me too. First time! Oh, yummy! Oh! Oh my! Oh, dearie me! Goodness me, oh my! Oh me, oh my! What's happening? What is happening? What does it even say? Papa more movie? What is that? Is that what that says? Okay. I'm surprised I got that. I can't read. I can't read. Wait, can I just pause this? The dynamic of us playing this and then immediately the next stream or the next series we do is probably gonna be like Pokemon is so funny to me. Okay, I'm gonna die. Not my first actual death, okay. Oh, I missed. Wait, why did it just get all of its health back? Wait. Ugh. No, literally, I'm not doing that. Where is its head? Its head was in the wall. That's not fair. If my man likes lasagna, we're not together anymore. Sorry. I just want to put that out there. No, he's not. Cause he isn't coming near my fucking mouth with meat pie in his fucking lips. He can have my meat pie. What? You guys act so shocked when I say something funny. I'm entertaining the masses. Hello? Oh, so now y'all want to pipe up in chat. It's been quiet for a good, like, hour. But now, when I say something about my meat pie, y'all want to speak up. House music, please. I can only dream of being as wise as you. You shut up. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Randy, thank you for the follow. You beast, you're dead. You're dead. You have no health. You're not allowed to. Avocado. Mother. Yeah, get his ass, get his ass. Your power, incredible.
Foretold? Explain yourself.
Oh, wow. When I was a child. Avocado. Why'd we get a statue of him? He had nothing to do with this chapter. Please, I don't like this. I did it. I know you're joking, Bev. You're sick. For anybody just joining the stream though, so Bayonetta is having, she doesn't know, she's been alive 20 years, but she doesn't know what she did before those 20 years. So she's trying to figure out what happened before her memory got wiped, essentially, so. Have you ever had a pot pie? I've never had a pie, period. I don't want a pie. I don't want that. I don't want to bite into something and then, like, something wet comes out. If you want to take it there, then the only thing I want to bite then and then, nope. Nope. I'm gonna sit here. I don't even know what pumpkin pie is. So no. I know pumpkin spice because I get that in my drinks. Nope. Fuck apple pie. Fuck her.
Where the hell am I? I'd better have got frequent flyer miles for that flight.
Guys, I don't want to eat a pie. Stop. Can someone go to a bakery with me? I want something. I want a yummy bakery pastry. Oral sex? Meat pies? You guys are so... My cherry pie. Every time I think about a cherry pie, I think of that one map on Roblox that had a cherry pie, and then you kept saying something about that. You were like, do you want to... I'm gonna go over here with my cherry pie. It was like one of those natural disaster maps. House music. This is going to be documented. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that. Nemesis Network takes no responsibility for some things people say in my chat. What is wrong with you? The silence. I'm Meow Meow. Do people really say that? Oh yeah, some people actually like do like stan her because she's like on social media again. Like, guys, get a clue. I have some mutuals that I'm like, we're not gonna be mutuals in a couple days. Like, come on, guys, you're better. Well, are you better? I don't know. And the way she came back to drag on April Fool's Day, like, get a clue and like crawl into an orifice of the earth and never come back in Minecraft. Sorry. I dom this monster. Oh. I pick up these claws. Mwah. No, I have no idea. Sorry. There was something in my throat. Can we please? Die. What is that? How did you even see that? I would have literally walked past it.
My lipstick.
Oh, it's her lipstick. Oh. Goodness me, my lipstick.
Nothing. Damn. What the?
I've often seen a girl without lipstick, but lipstick without a girl? Most curious, isn't it, Cheshire? What's also most curious is how a child like you has kept afloat in this town.
The name is Luca! And don't you think it's a little strange to be worried about my well-being? Sure, the Festival of Resurrection is peak security. The thing only happens
I love
once
women.
every 500 years. Can you blame them? Besides, when you look as good as I do, security isn't a problem. A killer like you, on the other hand, I'm sure you found a way.
That little girl. I've seen her.
The way I know some of y'all think Luca's hot.
Hey, don't go freaking out on me. We both know you came here for something. But what you
I don't actually. I think he's unbearable.
The harder it's gonna be for you to get away from me and what you've done. You'll have to fess up to it all. I can't wait for you to get your hands on whatever it is you're after.
Let me guess. You want a cut? Well, if you're still alive by then.
I'm a personality type of girl.
Generosity.
I don't just look at bodies and hair and just decide that way, Talos. I'm not a sick man.
Reality, which is a shame, because the truth is always going to be the truth. All I see when I look at you, the real you, is the truth. The truth is, you killed my father. I don't care who believes.
What does pregnant pause mean?
Reject the truth. The truth will set me free from your black stain on my life. The truth will allow me to expose you to the world. Then, I'll have won. And I'll do it without stooping to your level. Because I'm not a heartless witch like you.
Hey!
Whoa, whoa, whoa! what are you gonna do? Kill me in plain sight? Go ahead. It would only prove everything I've said about you. Well, that and sadden the hearts of a number of young ladies. Claire, and Trish, and Sylvia, and
Trish Stratus?
Amy. Oh, you don't want to piss her off, let me tell you. Hell hath no fury.
What was that? Oh!
What the?
Oh, baby. That was hot. When I mean that was hot, I'm like, damn. I'm so deprived, like literally anything is hot. Well, he does. At the beginning of the game, I think Luca's dad gets killed by Bayonetta. Or so we think. So, daddy issues, but like, I don't think he has a mommy either, so. CH, thank you so much for the follow. You know, one day I'll be able to do couples costumes ideas. And Luca and Bayonetta, or like a gender bent Jean and Bayonetta would be hot. But until that day. I don't think I've ever done couples costumes. That's like something that's like on my bucket list before I fucking die at 30. Goodbye. Is he actually a Pisces? Shut up! Shut up, he's not a Pisces. Like, it's canon. It's canon that this twink that literally is down bad for Bayonetta is a Pisces. Yeah, he's kind of like me. Maybe that's why I hate him. I'm like, wait. I see. We see each other. If you would have said that Bayonetta was a Scorpio, I literally would have just ended stream. Like, I'm dead serious. Oh my god. Lollipop chainsaw? You just got slayed. Oh, my back is killing me. I'm gonna try to sit comfortably for a little bit. So excuse me if I look like a beast. Queen. House music, do we know when the next Mario Kart pack is coming out? I know the the one just came out, but like, do we know when the next one's coming out? Or like even like a date when? Like, I need.
No matter how much you ask, I'm not putting a chainsaw.
Not me enforcing the binary, please. I just saw it. Hi, viral icon, legendary legend star. Hi, legendary legend store. I go to the joystick store. Hi, Joy. Happy to see you. Speculating the holidays. Oh my god, when they release the rest of the packs for the holiday gift to us, oh my god, we won. How you doing, Joy? Happy to see you. Joy, I'm gonna goo. I'm gonna do some shopping for my TwitchCon looks in the next couple of days. I'm so excited. Okay, perfect. We have some new combos. It's because I saw this pussy. I have this one video of a cat that he turns like chunky after it says pussy. I'm gonna say I'm gonna goo next time I'm with a man. So true. I was gonna make a joke, but the joke just wouldn't come out. She Fruitsy, thank you so much for the subscription. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes in the chat. I will be quiet now. No, go ahead. Go speak your mind. Go ahead. I support you. I know, I need to buy my stuff. Well, it's because there's Halloween too, so it's like, I want to order it all at the same time, like my TwitchCon look and my Halloween stuff. So I'm like, I will admit, for this, I'm enjoying my time playing Bayonetta, but there's so much happening. It's so bad for my ADD. Like, I can't stream and play this. It's so hard for me to do it, but I'm powering through. But it's very, like, a lot of shit is happening. I think it's more tame in the second one. I could be wrong. I remember it being a lot more, like this is, like, the whole kitchen sink. I love you too. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, pretty. Oh, please don't tell me it's... Wait, like the thing that ends the world? Like in mythology? The thing that Loki's kid that causes Ragnaroks? I'm sensing something here. I'm onto something. What is this? the? Arthur. I can insta-kill him, watch this. Let me insta-killing him like that. That's so embarrassing for him. He really thought he did something. No, I want the chainsaw. The chainsaw's fun. Just wait until I catch my breath. Just wait until I catch my breath. What is that gonna do? I'm gonna walk around it. Go away. I'm busy. Hi, OMG Mia. Okay. What if I just jump? I did it. Okay, move. Wait, stop. I have a question for you. What? Oh, I did it. My sleigh. Mia, I literally can't tell you. I wouldn't just not tell you. I'm not gonna tell you because if it falls through, then I'm not gonna be like, well, I can't say it on stream. You're so... Why do you think, Mia? Why do you think? Oh, I thought you said, why can't I tell you on stream? Please, Eclipsing Moonlight. Yeah, I actually told the entire stream. I told the entire stream before Mia walked in. Just to spite Mia. I have a challenge for you. Get your ass up and get a motherfucking job challenge. Hello, Burger King. Yes. Hi, Burger King. The way she says it is so funny to me. Hi, Burger King. You're missing sexy MILF game, Mia. Just letting you know that. Mia, it's literally... It's not that serious. It's literally just an obligation, and if it falls through, then I'm not gonna share it. Because clearly, every time I share an obligation, it falls through. Not really, but I just, like, don't. Mia's gonna go, oh, great. Like, you don't give a fuck. You're like, oh. I did it. We manifest success. We do. I manifest joystick success. I do. I do. It's true. Running, running, running. I'm running. Ass! Just wanna... Inspired. Fuck. Avocado! Where's Madame Butterfly? How was the stream been? It's alright. I mean, it's alright. We've had some trolls because the TikTok that's gone viral. The one that I thought was really funny, but chat didn't trust me. But now look at where we are. You look pretty, thank you. I feel really pretty today, the way I did my makeup. Well, I styled this hair, and then when I put it on, it was parted the wrong way. It was parted over here, and I don't like how it looks this way. It looks bizarre. So. The one where you were sleeping, yeah. It was fun. It was fun. I would play more Mario Kart if there was more maps. Like, I want them to just release, like, the map pack. Because, like, part of the reason, like, why I don't want to play it, like, every stream. Or, like, I don't want to play it more than, like, twice a month. Is that I want every time we play a map in the 42 maps that we do. Like, the 3 hours that I'm sitting playing Mario Kart. I want to play a different map every single fucking time. I don't want any repeats. I don't want any ones that I don't like. I want... I just want more. So...
Hey, check this out.
Because, like, Maddie wanted to play Mario Kart the night after we streamed it, and I was like, I can't play for 3 times in a week. So true, Bev. You better. Baby Park at 200cc. 200cc is crazy. That's insane. Oh, I love to watch her walk away. Okay, can we Google that? Like, I wanna know the answer to this. Okay. Loki's son. Loki's son, Yordimer. Loki... Loki kids names. Jormungandr. I fell asleep right before you played Mario Kart. Wait, what? Nar, that's who? Oh. Yeah, I'm talking about this guy. Hold on. Bayonetta. Yeah! He's in this game. Loki's son is in this game. I didn't make this up. You get Jorma. How do you pronounce that? Can I Google? Hold on. Pronounce.
We are looking at how to pronounce these names as well as how to say more interesting but often confusing names.
Just say the name.
Mythology, so make sure to stay tuned to the channel. How do you say it? In Norse languages, it is said as Jormungandr.
Fuck. Not the opening monologue. Just say the fucking name. Jeez. So the place we're in is in mythology. Loki has, so you know who Loki is, right? Obviously with all the Marvel shit, like Loki is the trickster god. Well, Loki has sex with something and creates literally a giant fucking crazy thing that causes the end of the world called Jormungandr, and we're currently at his residence. An 8-legged horse. True. He's so... Well, it's storming out. What's happening? Oh my Jesus Christ. So what now? What is happening? I do a split? This is now not twice you're meddling with our affairs.
The only ones meddling are your hapless minions. This will be taken care of in the manner I see fit. Your assistance is not required. I suppose coming here has given you a second wind. Feeling better, Bayonetta?
Who are you? And don't you dare say my long-lost sister.
Sister? You've quite the active imagination. You and I once fought for the jewel upon the crown of the Umbra throne. And now that you've returned, my sleeping beauty. It is time to finish that fight.
I love John. She's literally icon. They're about to have a mother off.
Daydreaming.
Queen off. Queen off. The way John's guns have fur attached to them. So queen. Oh my god. Please. It's so Eevee versus Brooklyn. Like, slay. Slay off. That was a good fight.
What's the matter, sweetie? Afraid of something, are you? Afraid?
Thank you, man.
Me? This is a waste of my time. You're still not ready.
Like, where are we? Oh, she turned into a jaguar. Bayonetta. No, it's true. Her face. She said, Oh, I can turn into a cat. The nails painted? Slayed.
Oh my. That was bloody amazing.
Mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack!
How'd I miss that? Glad I managed to beat this 2 years ago. No, yeah, I've never beaten this before, but I've played the second one and I've like seen everything in this one. Like that iconic scene that she'd like, you know the one. If you know, you know. I am. Well, there's... I can't do math. What's half of 18? 9. So when we make it to 9, we'll be halfway. But we're on, I think this is 6. I'm not good at Roman numerals. Oh my god, stretch. I have to pee. Just preparing. I know, so the reason why I'm replaying this is because I want to be able, like, if we're playing Bayonetta 3, this, because we're going to be playing it on release, if someone's like, oh, Nem, like, have you played Bayonetta 1 and 2, I could be like, yeah, go to my YouTube channel right now. We played it, like, a couple months ago. So it's just, like, a cute refresher. Also, so everybody knows, like, what's going on in that game. I also want to know as well, like, I haven't played Bayonetta 2 or Bayonetta, like, anything in, like, a couple years. So... but I really need to pee. I'll be right back. Let me throw away my trash while I'm here, so it doesn't bother me. I'm like so mad. Like this dress is the most gorgeous dress I own, and it does not get its justice on the cam. Like, look at how pretty it is. And like, you can't see any of it. It's so pretty. Like the fringe. And then, like the puff sleeve. But you don't get to see it on the cam. Like, all of the good features are cropped. That would be cute. I never thought of it like that. I just think it's like a pretty, like, dress for, like, nighttime. Thump! Thump! Okay. Oh! That's, I guess, how you open the door. I dropped my controller. I still gotta play Mortuary Assistant. I gotta play that. Where's the other one? Oh, it wants us to do something with Witch Time, but where's the other statue? Unless we can just run it. Wait, is it gonna want us to...
You want to touch me?
I don't think that's possible. Oh yeah, it wants us to change into the cat, but how do I do that?
I've got a fever.
I already forget.
I've got a fever.
I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Gotcha. Little one. Okay, let's go back. Oh. How fun. I shoot them. Take that, take that, take that, take that. Oh, it fell. Oh. Oh, she's a slay. That's so fucking funny. Oh. Avocado. This game reminds me a lot of European. This game reminds me a lot of Catherine, the Persona game. Reminds me of that. What? That's what she says. She goes, avocado. I have never lied once in my life. Okay. Alright, house music. You think you're funny with that joke, huh? The wink? That also reminds me of Castlevania a lot. That makes me want to play Castlevania. Simon Belmont. I would do naughty things to that man. Naughty baby. I win. My slay the boots house down, mama work. Who want me? Who want to fight me? Who is that? Is that the guy from the show? I tried rewatching that recently. The anime on Netflix. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but there's an anime on Netflix of Castlevania, and it's really good. Oh yeah. So I haven't like watched that in forever. Like I remember watching it at my cousin's, being like stoned out of my mind, but that was like years ago. Oh my god, purple juice. I drink it. Yummy poison drink. Good thing I don't have to be a human. Jumps. There's this one Castlevania game. It's called Castlevania. It's like a fighter on the Wii. I think I saw Pib playing it the other week. It's called Castlevania Judgment. And the oh joy, look at this guy. Look at the main guy on the screen. He's like, if you look this up, because my screen's probably gonna suck. Look at him! Oh, this redheaded daddy with the abs. He's so fine. But I used to play this when I was a kid. And it's like a Soul Calibur kind of game. But the story's pretty solid. But it was for the Wii. No, literally. I mean, there's another guy called Ricardo, and he's like super hot in that game too. Gay Awakening.
Hiding something from me? Come on.
The way she showed them her ass and went, "Come on." She's just like me.
Someone else caught your eye?
Aha! She's just like me!
Oh dear.
Thank you, Shay.
Something tells me I'm going to regret this.
Sorry, it's not funny.
My sweet, lovely child. She is the key to your future.
One to play savior, but I suppose I can make an exception and kill all of you. Just this once, of course.
Wrecked.
Let me see what spring is like.
Mommy!
Who's mommy?
Was I just singing?
Mommy!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, little one. I am not your mother.
But, Mommy...
Will you quit calling me Mummy? Oh. If there's two things I hate in this world, it's cockroaches and crying babies. Well, a crying baby cockroach would be truly terrible. So don't you dare cry.
Period.
Yes, Mommy.
Fine. You've got to be a strong little one to survive in a place like this. What's your name, anyway?
The way she picked her up like an insect went...
Cereza. You're not from Figrid, are you, little one? Where are you from?
I'm from my house.
Shut up! Sorry.
I'll hazard a guess, this isn't your home. So what on earth are you doing here?
My daddy told me to come here.
And whereabouts is this daddy of yours?
Where are you from in London, Adele? My house?
To go home.
I can't just drag you along wherever I go, little one. So you better not be getting attached to me.
Yes, Mommy?
Come now, little one. I'll help you out of here, but that's all. And you have to promise there'll be no crying. A single tear and you'll be crying alone. Got it?
Okay, Mommy.
The way she went, ugh. She's just like me. Does this child have to walk around with me now? Like, does she just follow me? Please? The way she runs? This is the height difference between me and half of the chat. Trans femme and trans masks, people's relationships. T for T relationships is this. Go into the alleyway and ditch her. I run! Like, does she just, like... The way she runs, like, I wanna... Wait. Come over here, little one. All the way over here, little one. Alright. Oh, she's running. The way she tries to catch up. I'm being chased, someone help! What does she do in these instances? She just stands there? Oh, the child can get injured. Let's not. What is happening? Can you keep up? Can you keep up? What? So what is the... Run, little one! Run! Run, little one! Get off her! Run! My finger slipped and I got a switch. Your finger just slipped. True. So true, bad bestie. You better. You deserve. Stop! I don't like this mechanic of that I can't hurt these things because they're in a different realm. Stop. I don't like this escort mission. I'm not enjoying my time. I like being a single person and not being a mother. Like, what is this shit? You listen here, you little shit. We're gonna go to daycare. And we're gonna get you out of here. Because I can't put up with this shit. Where's Nanny McPhee?
Hey! This is probably how you got lost to begin with.
When I was stuck here. Look what you did. Get off my leg.
Don't worry. It's always scary the first time you see them. So, where was I? Oh, yes. Your kind invitation. I do hope you've prepared dessert as well.
Good night, Lucy.
Oh, what a lovely tea party. And dancing, too. Cereza, my dear, watch and learn.
Watch and learn. What is that? Stares blankly. Come on, Cereza. I strut towards the monster. My booty shaking. Okay. Okay. Oh! What? Put her down. Well, at least I don't have to protect her. Ew. She's not your child. I don't like that. She's not our child either, but like, you guys are monsters. Like, what are you doing? What the? Wait, what? Why is there a faker? Hello? Oh my god, this sucks. Get back here. I found you, faker. What is happening? What is happening right now? Dance off. Queen off. Top that. Oh, she's blocked. Oh! I have no time for you. You beast. What the? She just fingered her cooch. Did you see that? Joy! Joy stick? Oh, I got crazy. Oh, get back here. Oh, boobs. That is so... That's so funny. Did the child go through this portal? Is that what happened? I'm gonna go through. Are we in Area 51? What's happening? We are literally in Area 51. Like, no, like, not even joking. This is Area 51. It probably isn't, but... You sure did. You sure fucking did.
Mommy? You're a mom? You?
Come now, Cheshire. Look at me. Do I look like I have any interest in children? Now making them, well, that's another story.
Ah!
Whoa, whoa! You're getting the wrong idea. I mean, it might be the right idea, but not right now, right? Yeah, speaking of right, I'm glad I've been standing around waiting for you, because I knew we'd cross paths. See, the only way to reach the upper crust and their gated island of champagne wishes and caviar dreams is over Prominence Bridge.
Oh, yes. The island. Lovely place, isn't it?
IDGAF, I'm eating another coffee cake. They're so good.
Oh, now what?
Don't play games with me. You've worked your magic on this poor defenseless child, haven't you?
What
You're
magic?
A sad, sick woman. You know that?
I didn't do anything.
I was her age when you killed my father. Wait. No. You couldn't. Oh my god, you did, didn't you? You killed her parents!
I did no such thing.
Come to think of it, she's better off with you. You two are more hassle than you're worth.
What?
Just keep a good eye on her, or you're going to catch hell for it. No good deed goes unpunished, and you never know when a monster may sneak up.
Mommy, look out!
Let me thank you for the follow.
Mommy, no!
Enough.
How can she see me?
Because she's a witch. Probably. I don't fucking know.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
So good. Big sister, thank you for the follow. Alright, we're almost to the halfway point, which is exciting. You must! How dare you! You're leaving me. Oh! 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 Just kidding. Love you. Have a good lurk. I think it's actually a dress. It's a very pretty dress. But it gets cropped off, which sucks, but thank you. It has like fringe at the bottom. It's really pretty. Oh, you better. Oh, this is the iconic scene! Could you speak up? What are you saying?
I feel like a fucking celebrity in this town.
No, you don't laugh, I laugh.
See that? Everyone rushes at me like crazed fans. They still haven't figured out that I don't give autographs.
Did she just clean her glasses like that? Thank you. You can get yours on gfuel.com with code Nemesis at checkout.
How about we have a little fun instead? You did plan on having fun with me, right? There'll be plenty of time for pillow talk afterwards.
Oh, pillow talk. I know, I want these frames. They're so pretty. I failed the first 30 seconds of what? Hello? Alright, well, I'm sure this isn't gonna be fun. Oh, please. Yeah, that meme is funny. I have it on my phone. Please! Oh my Jesus. Hi, Miss Story. Welcome in. Oh, I keep missing the quick time. Okay, here we go. I feel like a fucking celebrity in this town. This is gonna take us a fucking minute. Bayonetta, jump the right way! Where are you supposed to jump, bitch? The Euritsa's benevolence is upon you. Something about Euritsa. I don't know the voice line. Genshin. The flying cars. Ow. Got to go to your mummy. Oh, mummy. Get his ass. Fuck his ass. Long neck. Hi, Diamond Dave. Oh, he's pissed. End him. Get him, mother. He was right, so wonderfully right. Your eyes. No, she didn't. She is so insane for that. Not into the piss slit.
I didn't make any time for pillow talk.
Hi, Asa. Oh. Oh, mother alert. She was so wrong for that. She really said, right to the pee-pee. I love her. I hate this minigame. It's so out of place. Welcome back, Cams. So true, Slay 420. You're living it up. Or should I say, you're lighting it up. Giggles. Route 666. I'm scared. Hi, Shax. I'm doing good. We're having a good time playing Bayonetta. I keep wanting to say 3, but it's not. OMG what? So true. This is for liking my tweets. Please. Personally, the second worst level in the game. This one right here. This one right here. I'm just gonna get some water because I've been drinking caffeine nonstop. So let me just get some water. Some water. I just had to even out the gift number. Oh. I thought you meant like... Okay, please. I thought it was at like a funny number, but it's just like, you meant like actually like even numbers. I won't give spoilers. I mean, I know everything that happens in this game, but... Okay, well, I tried untangling my cord and it didn't really work, so... Okay, well, now I'm just annoyed. Hold on. Untangle yourself. Let's behave. Perfect.
Bridge in these heels? I don't suppose I can call a cab to get me to the island.
Move along, people! We have an unidentified vehicle approaching. Close the gate!
Not the kid in the passenger seat. Oh, runs. She is so... We're happy to see you.
Did you see that? I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Mummy! Mummy saved us!
What? Hello there, Cheshire.
Shit!
Hello there.
It seems your driving is on par with your journalism.
I figured I'd beat you to the island, but the guards had another idea, didn't they? Not really my best plan, huh?
You think you've got me figured out, don't you?
We journalists have to have some detective skills, you know? You're after a gemstone, and that stone has to be in the Ithabal Group building. I'm headed there too.
How odd. You seem to know where I'm going before I do. Yet you don't seem to know how to drive a car in a straight line.
What am I? A chauffeur?
Cheshire, do you have any idea what prolonged walking in this salty air will do to my hair?
Well, I tend to use some product when I go to the beach.
Little one, get down!
I just love that her character is just her being a girl boss.
Put your foot down, Cheshire. I'll take care of our pest problem.
Wonderful.
I'm getting the distinct
Hi, Rothy.
impression I'm not wanted on that island. But I love it when people play hard to get.
Oh. Period. Get owned. Get wrecked. Not a boss car. I almost missed that. Oh! Oh, purr. Now this is the kart racing game I want to play. She invented driving. She invented motorcycles. She invented the middle finger. She invented breathing. That's my mother right there. I drive into a semi and blow up. What the? Are we gonna do anything about those guys? No? Okay. I'll keep driving. Oh, I drive right through it. So true me. This is how I would drive if I drive IRL. Everybody should be scared. Mo. This is Boston. Yeah. Shut up. I knew you were gonna say something when I said drive. The YouTube poop. Fuck you! This is gonna be me trying to catch my flight to PAX West. Shags, thank you for the biddies. Am I supposed to be doing something? Well, Marshall, it's just like this when you get on a highway in America. So true. Just like this. Oh, I died. I don't know how, but I died. So, there's that. That's so unfair. The zoom out got me together. Okay. What is that? Ermagerd. Okay, okay. Shut up, Asa, please. That picture, I can't. Oh, poses. My 160p. Yeah, literally. I look crazy on 160p.
For fuck's sake, that's overdoing it!
Right! Turn right! Get off the road!
Get off the road!
I know you don't want me here, but you really could have been more subtle about it.
cutely burps. Yeah, that wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. That chapter took us 7 minutes, is that what it says? True.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire!
Man.
Round over.
I think, like... I'm so sorry. I think, like... The motorcycle... It could have been better if it was, like, done better, like the motorcycle scene. Like, I think it was still fun, but it looked, like, really glitchy a lot of the time. Like, in that little, like, scene we just did.
You bring me enough of these halos, and maybe I can buy a ticket to space.
Do you not get alternate costumes until after you beat the game?
What can I do for you anyways?
I just want to get all the techniques before anything, honestly. What, the motorcycle one? Yeah. I am so excited for Gamescom next week. So excited. So excited I could shit. Not YouTube Red being like, it's been a while. Can you... You know, give us money? I don't even know what I just said, honestly. I, like, actually just, like, phased out of existence for a second. Asa, shut up! Your header on Twitter, how long has it been this? Thank you, Miss Story, for being here. That is so funny. I must have just forgot. I think I remember seeing that and being like, WTF, but I just realized. I miss Subspace Emissary so bad in Smash. Like, what a moment in time that was. I need to go BRB for a couple minutes because my sister needs me, so I will be back after that. Don't go anywhere. If anybody needs to go to the bathroom, if anybody needs to do something else, if you don't want to miss the stream, I would do it now. But I'll be right back. I just have to go do something. This is not the right screen. Hold on. I'm back. I don't know how my headphones get this tangled in a matter of seconds. I just took them off. What is... All right. All right. Okay. I got them untangled. Throw some money. So true. Thank you, Asa, for the socials and everything while I was gone. All right, let's head back into the game.
Jesus. This is...
My dear, sweet child, fear not, for I am watching over you.
The music here is really pretty. Keyblade. Oh, insta-kill. Wait, oh, I wanted to pick up the trumpet. What the heck? Oh, are we supposed to go this way? What the? Mario Galaxy is wondering. Minecraft ball. Yeah, totally. Adult Mario Galaxy. Perfect. I do a striptease. Well, damn. I hate this torture attack. It takes too long. Yes! So true. I am Lady Rhea. She was such a good villain. Go. Thank you. Pika, thank you so much for the follow. Hello there. That's pretty. That's funny. The word play. Oh, there's two of them. Can I jump on it? I can. Get wrecked. I strat. Mwah. So we're going back through all the areas we were in before. Interesting. But there's an achievement for getting all of these. I missed the first couple ones. Oh, this is satisfying. As I miss all of the rest of them. So true. Thanks, giant ball that keeps attacking me for some reason. I don't have any money. What does this giant ball have out for me? Like, what is your issue? Show me the owner of this ball now. I want to take care of it myself. It has the hots. Oh. It's a golem. Yeah, I mean, I usually play on easy mode just so I can stream it and have a good time, opposed to like struggling and being angry. Crazy Grimshaw, thank you so much for the raid of 14. How was your stream? What's going on? You're so pretty. Thank you, Azza. Welcome in, everybody. We're currently playing Bayonetta 1. We're making our way up to Bayonetta 3 in the next couple months. But thank you for the raid. How was Tomb Raider? Hi, Mexi. From one girl boss game to another. Lara Croft to Bayonetta. Yeah, the anniversary collection, some of the earlier games are so hard. Get his ass. Avocado. Sexy. Volleyball. That's funny. Oh. The silence. Oh, beat his ass, beat his ass, beat his ass, beat his ass, beat his ass. Get his wallet, get his wallet. Welcome back, Hebe. I'm so happy to see you, Maxie. I hope you're doing amazing. Oh, we did it. But thank you again for the raid. Anybody just coming in, my pronouns are they, them. I would appreciate it if you can respect them, my pronouns. And I stream 5 times a week, and I'd love to have you when Crazy Grimshaw is not live. But yeah, welcome in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for.
I love you too, Maxie. I don't like that mode. I don't like this little game mode. Don't. I like it sometimes. Here comes that giant fist. Patrick, no! We're on chapter 10. Maybe I can beat it all in one stream. Maybe if I push through. I could see myself doing it, but I'd be up pretty late. But I'm gonna be up pretty late anyways. Haha. Oh, she's back at the flashback altar thing. There's trauma here. Trauma. Mama.
You may select opponents of your choice.
Sigrid. I've been there before.
Oh me, oh my.
Cereza?
Cereza?
The little one?
The pieces are coming together. Not Poison Ivy getting us. What's the tea, girl?
Tentacles? Why did it have to be tentacles?
I thought it was a plant. It's tentacles? What the? Oh my god. The duplicates! Hi Savannah, I miss you too. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope I can see you soon. I love you so much. Boobs incoming. Boobs. Wrecked. I dropped down. Hey everyone! Get off me. They didn't stand a chance. Oh, I gotta put all these back together. Mix it all together and you know that you get the best of both worlds. Wow. Wait, you can go in here. Do you see that? You can literally get in there. Oh, it's this way. I thought it was a different way. Let me do my spin. I hit the wrong button. Can you get away? No, I want to spin attack him. Oh. I guess not. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Dancing like a stripper. 8. Is this not what I'm supposed to go on? Do they want me to jump off it? When I jump off? That was not what we were supposed to do. I look around. I guess that's what we were supposed to do. Owned. Mwah. Okay. Hello. Oh wait, I'm about to kill him so fast. Wait, he's already almost dead. Literally wrecked. Okay, I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Alright. Alright. Wait, no, come back. Configurus. Yeah. I know the exact one. Mwah! I guess I spoke way too soon. Hey! It will make good timing to jump across. Okay, well... Does it actually want me to time it? Or can I do a witch time? I don't think... There's nothing to witch time in this area. Can you guys please? You've been naughty. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I did it. Hello. Okay. I fall to my death. Please. I want to go over here and get this. Nope, we need to hit this. Can you please? Thank you. Okay. Oh my god, it's doing so much of my health too, like stop. Okay. Oh, good morning, Maddie. Good morning, my good friend, Maddie Cheap Cheat. Thank fucking god. That was terrible. Okay, I die. Good morning, Maddie Cheap Cheap. Good morning, Maddie Cheap Cheap. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Snapshot. Ariel, thank you for the follow. What the?
To Mummy.
Oh, please.
Well, you see, she just went to look for something.
Hi, Fizz. Happy to see ya.
Witch, placing a poor, helpless child under her spell. If she did anything to this little girl's parents, I swear.
Mommy.
No Wendy's.
We'll get you to your mom in
Unless I get Wendy's.
candy if you want.
Where did you get that?
What is this? It's yummy.
I don't know. It's candy. Strawberry, I think?
Hey, Kitty, I've got some yummies. Would you like some?
Is that cat your friend?
Yes, he is. His name is Cheshire. He's cute, isn't he?
Cheshire. Well, so much for taking the highway. It just means we're gonna have to find something else.
I wonder.
Now, all I have to figure out is what to do about you. So, Cerecita, that woman's really your mom?
Uh-huh. My mummy is strong, and she protects me from scary monsters.
Monsters? I don't think you know who the real monsters are.
I want a green lollipop.
Huh?
Sleepy, thank you for the follow. That was so abrupt and random. Like, we're not even near them. Like, what the heck? Okay. Excuse me? What am I fighting? Oh. Maddie, are you gonna get me some Wendy's as well? Maddie, I would like some Wendy's. Where did the thing go? Oh, hello. My Wendy's order is... I like... I don't know. It changes a lot because it's not as easy as McDonald's. Like, some days I want like 10 spicy nuggets and 10 normal nuggets and then like a fry and a Sprite. Or some days I want like 30 normal nuggets, a fry, and then no Sprite. But I really like their nuggets. Like, their nuggets are really good. But then their fries are good some days too, so I'm like, I want 2 fries and then like 10 nuggets. It changes on the day. Like, what am I in the mood for? Hi, Rainfall Ramen. Their nuggets are so good. I think it's nice that they offer baked potatoes. Interesting. I've never had a baked potato, so whatever that means. A Frosty and a fancy one of the barbecue burgers. I know, I definitely do that. If I had to choose, like, okay, so if we're ranking fast food, like, McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's. My favorite fries are from Burger King. My favorite chicken nuggets are probably Wendy's. And then I would say like my favorite like go-to like overall is probably McDonald's. I don't eat burgers. I'm confused on what this is for. Yes, I'm a picky eater, but we're not gonna talk. I've said this before and I'll say it again. What we're not gonna do is we're not gonna shame someone for being a picky eater, because when you shame someone for what they're eating, it can lead into eating, trigger warning, eating disorders, and bad habits with eating. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to shame someone for being a picky eater, because I think that's very out of date. I think it's tacky. Also being like, oh yeah, you're a picky eater. Like, some people literally live by that. Like I don't want to be in a relationship with a picky eater. Like, grow up. Like, you want me to grow up about being a picky eater, but you're gonna put it on somebody for like dating, that you're not gonna date a picky eater? Oh, please. Oh, fucking please. I'm a cheap date and you fucking can get me some fucking french fries at any fucking place we go to dinner. All right? It's not that serious. Can you tell I've been burned by men? But like, seriously, grow up. Like, I think literally being a picky eater, I know I'm like probably on the lower end of what that conversation is about, but being like, I'm not gonna date a picky eater, like, seriously, you're pathetic. There are larger things to be concerned about in the dating pool than being a picky eater. Like, please. Literally, please! People are dying. That was a short chapter. Well, not really, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
No, it's not. This is the first one. We're gonna work our way to the third. So we're gonna play this one. I think I'm honestly gonna finish it tonight because I don't see a reason why not to, because we're literally already at chapter 11 and there's 18 chapters. It's not that hard. With okay, please just exchange the fucking thing and go. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Or like I'll like be at the end and then we'll finish it next stream and then move on to the second. Is this Wii Tennis? No, it's your mom.
You here for business or pleasure?
Where's Marshall?
I'll hook you up.
You're real quiet, you twink. Speak up. True.
Don't panic. I'm here. No need to worry about a thing.
The scream? Sorry.
Get them, Mommy, get them!
Mommy.
Can't you see? Mommy's fighting the bad monsters for us. Mister,
Thank you, Ramen.
in your eyes, you'll miss everything. Look at these.
The way he grabbed her like a football? Me too. I want to be thrown around like a football. We're in the back rooms. Hi, Kay. Oh, booty's so big. Sorry. She's just like me. Why'd you leave the child? Hello? Is he gonna grab her ass again? Oh my. Oh. Not her leaving him for dead. Hi, sugar-free beans. Hi, X-Man. Yeah, fuck this guy. Just kidding. I mean, I would, but... He likes getting pegged. I know it.
What the hell is that thing? Cerecita, this is way too dangerous.
Oh no, I want that plushie. Oh no. Hi Artie, happy to see you. Lulu in Final Fantasy X.
Well, Kitty, what do you think we should do? He's hurt you, has he? Well, we can't be having that now, can we?
Okay. Justine? This boss is Justine.
Let's rock, baby.
What? Okay. Her. And that's how you clear. Ooh, wrong way. Okay, maybe it was the right way. Oh no, not again! Alright, so everybody in the chat right now is like tentacles and sucking dicks and schlongs and penises, but when I say something, it's an issue. Oh, so when I say something about cocks and sucking dick. Alright, guys. Alright, I see it. I see what's going on. I see what's really going on here. Oh, where is the class? No, where is the class? Watch. In about like 30 minutes when we're done with this conversation, I'm gonna say something about like, I want this guy to fuck me so good that I need poppers to stretch out my asshole. And y'all will be like, what? Or I'll be like, I want Bayonetta to step on me and break my nose until I shit out my mouth. Or like, and you'll be like, what, Nem? What? I can't believe you just said that. See? You fucking see? You fucking see? You fucking see that shit? You fucking see that? Thank you, Colwitz, for the one compliment I get a month. Appreciate it. Shocked and appalled. Great. Sucking dick and cock. And I will say these things, and I will. Oh, and I will. Oh, and I will. Yeah, it's like instead of payments like coming in like 2 weeks, it's a compliment coming in every 2 weeks. So, oh my god, it's compliment day, payday, compliment day. We won. Oh, I'm glad there's someone to get the auto mod. Where's Marshall's been real quiet. There's so much happening. I can't. I can't do this. I can't do this. Today is my last stream on this platform.
not in the music. You can go another round, can't you?
Yo solo coexistas, non si la pilar.
The Lumen Sage.
Pulso, corazón, una para, pulpit arbors, ayosan o tivikar, cada lunch, bien kaosan ka, Bayonetta, jubilees ka, Ramsa.
Now, where are my new best friends? I suppose one of them is an adult, so they should be okay.
Yeah, Maddie put me in emote only mode. No, y'all really got me. Y'all really got me together.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
No, I don't. No, House Music. I don't think you would. I don't think you would. I don't think you would. I don't. No. No.
You really want to make a deal with the devil? Relax. I'm just fucking with you.
No. Nope, this is a family channel now. No swearing, no inappropriate language. I will not say anything of the sorts because when I say something, it's completely against the grain and everybody gets up in arms. But it's okay when someone's in my chat talking about tentacle prawn, but I can't do any, God forbid I make a penis joke or something about dick and cock and balls. So you've lost it. Nope, you lost them. You gotta go find them. You want them back? You can work for it. I'm an unknown character now. You have to do some trials, and you have to do some unlocking. You have to do some grinding to get me unlocked as an unlockable character now. Because you've got a game over. Game over. Is it a family stream because you're mother? I am not mother. But I'm a gay person. Sex is my whole personality. Shut up. Listen. Since it's Q&A time, do you support gay people? No.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Here you go. Cereza, how did you get such magical glasses?
The glasses aren't magic, silly. I can see the monsters without them.
Monsters? Not quite. So, has Bayonetta, I mean your mom, been fighting these big bad monsters for a long time?
Mummy is a witch, and witches protect people and are very strong. When I grow up, I'll be strong too, and I'll protect my mummy.
Wait, you think witches do what? point in arguing with a little kid. I'll manage on my own.
I'm sure you will.
Mommy!
Shit.
You never cease to amuse me, Cheshire. I suppose that's your next target? This is yours, little one. You didn't cry while I was gone, did you?
Still no Squishmallow, by the way.
Bayonetta, no matter how I ask, no matter how many times, you always say the same thing.
Come now, Kitty. You know it was
A
all
misunderstanding. You're so stubborn, you know that? My father, he was a journalist too. In fact, he was twice the man I could ever hope to be. He was obsessed with one.
There is one on
his
Throne.
entire career, a case so bizarre it took over his life. They could have made a movie of the details. The followers of darkness, the Umbra Witches, and their light world counterparts, the Lumen Sages, controlling everything with a power known as the Eyes of the World. Then, the Light and Dark clans suddenly disappeared from their meeting.
Lore dump!
You may be familiar with the town. You're standing in it. Welcome to Vigrid, 500 years later.
500 years.
Each clan, working at the behest of the powers that be, sought to lead their fractured world towards peace. They both possessed an eye said to have the
We should have a community goal for the $450 Slowpoke.
However, their spirit of cooperation did not last. For amongst them, a pair of young star-crossed lovers conceived a child that sent the clans on a path to ruin. The woman was thrown in jail, and the man exiled from his clan. However, the child remained with the Umbra, raised as a black sheep even amongst the darkness. Since the balance between light and dark had been lost, both clans spiraled into decay. Legend had it that the two eyes could be united to control reality itself. And this legend fueled ambition and desire, leading to a myriad of battles between the clans. In fact, it led to their mutual destruction. My father
You
was
lost
not
me.
buying such a fairy tale.
You lost me, dude.
I believed his story, and I believe it more than ever now that I've found you. The memory of the clan lingers on, despite the passing of 500 years. What on earth was my father searching for? And why did he have to die for it? I have to discover the truth with my own eyes. That's why I haven't given up my chase for it. Or you. The head of the Ithaval Group, the multinational that dominates Vigrid, recently tried to sell an enormous gemstone on the black market. If he isn't selling out in the open, it means we're going to have to acquire it by other means. And that starts by sneaking onto that jet.
Why does it look like they're in Silent Hill? Like that picture of the Bratz doll in front of the Silent Hill. Not me accidentally posing like them.
Mummy, are you looking for something?
I am.
How did you lose it?
Little one, do you have anything you really like? Something really important to you?
Chicken nuggets.
Yes, this. I love it.
Where did that come from?
did you get this?
You gave it to me, Mummy, for my birthday.
Maddie's drunk, I think.
When you love something, never lose it. Understand, little one? You must keep it safe, close to your heart.
Hi, Ivy. Dear Lord. Where's Cereza?
Shit.
Oh, we're on a jet. Oh my god! Where is the class? I hate this one. Slay.
Are we?
Just on the plane.
Why so glum? Something troubling you?
Only your constant fretting over my state of affairs. I've no time to play games with you.
No need to take out your stress on me, Bayonetta. It's clear you're worried for the girl.
They're so hot, it's insane.
me where she is. Now. My, aren't we attached to our precious little one? Do you like it when she calls you Mummy?
You're absolutely delusional. If I leave her, he'll never shut up about it. And his whining is twice as irritating as anything the child could muster.
You've quite the tongue when it comes to curling round the truth.
And what about you? What are you hiding? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these might mean something to you.
I've no need for worthless junk.
What the fuck is that?
I am well aware of my task, but you have forgotten that I do not need your help. It seems your little friend is gone forever. Fill them. Fill your eyes with hatred. Accept your violent fate. Accept it and earn the left eye. Prove you deserve it.
Insane how much cinematic like is done in this. Like, it's crazy. Like, they're all so well done too. It's almost like 70% cinematic. Yeah, 2009. Like, that's crazy. Casually just on a bike. Oh, that was good. Ah! Yeah, another one.
Cereza.
Where is Cereza? Like, actually. I love Jean's bottom lashes. They're so hot.
Not yet. She isn't ready.
I wish I could do like a black in the waterline, but my eyes are way too small. Like siren eyes. That's like the trend right now.
Little one, where are you? Little one, can you hear me?
Little one! Thank you, Sugar Free Memes. I want to.
Mommy! I was so scared.
No crying now, little one.
I'm not crying at this
No, the
stupid.
rules.
My nose is
No
really irritated.
cockroaches or crying babies. Time to go, little one. Hold on tight, okay?
Okay.
Excuse me. Good night. Thanks for hanging. Is it going into the water? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's nothing in my area open right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's what you've been waiting for. Angel attack! Ready, fire! Round over.
Let's go!
Where did you come from? No, the way she just...
It's okay, little one. I'll be right back.
Where is he grappling up to? Okay, I was gonna say just the sky. True. Oh my Jesus fucking... Okay. Alright. Yeah, I hate Luca. Oh! The way she said, shut the fuck up.
Another talkative type. I don't think I've got time to entertain your blather.
So
I'd
true.
much rather hear it straight from your boss.
Yes, she just said that.
The witch hunts.
Rest and heal. King Salman Emad Pa, Ukule Ayadon Tozu, Tu Payat Ulpose, Uauna Aldi, Garda, Uauna Kaosko.
So, for whatever these people want this ritual to do, they tried to do before. And so, what the fuck? Surfing USA. What in the world? Where is the endless supply of lollipops coming from? I wish I knew. I hate this. I hate water bosses. They scare me. I'm gonna pee my pants. I'm gonna piss my pants a little bit. Do a little pee-pee. I'm gonna do a little pee-pee in my panties. Little piss. Little piss baby. Yes! Oh, wrong button. Damn it. I fucked up so bad. I'll show you family friendly. I'll whip out my dick right now. I have no idea, Marshall. I countered. Okay. Can I just fight its face? Oh, I can. Get back here! You get back here! It's the brats, Girl, get back in the car! You get back here! It's funny. I don't think I'm doing this boss fight right, but I don't see another way to do it, so... That is not correct. Get his ass. What? I know you're joking. Hello? 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 I sure fucking did, X-Man. I've known about it since last year. What? Who said that? Does anyone want to fill X-Man in so I don't get in trouble? Slay. Get his ass. I actually think I want to make that a blocked term in my chat.
I have no idea why you would want this stone. It would look absolutely terrible on you. Much too flashy.
Yeah, I'll do that later.
Welcome aboard, Cheshire.
Oh, fucking hell!
Mummy!
I told you I'd be right back. Shouldn't you be, you know, flying this thing? I'm a bit occupied at the moment.
Cerise's screams send me. I'm like, girl. I'm taking my nails off.
So much for the subtle approach. We might as well have speakers on this thing blaring Ride of the fucking Valkyries.
Come now, we're VIPs. You know, nothing says you've made it in life like a private helicopter.
Then welcome aboard Air Luca, Flight 001. This is your captain, Luca, speaking. Fasten your safety belts, as this may be a bumpy flight.
I have to pee again. I'm gonna go pee. Ooh! I really want to eat hot chips, but I don't want them to get stuck in my my cheeks. Between my ass cheeks. My jalapeno enema is kicking in. Oh my god. What was that? This guy had a Ouija!
Take care of my babies.
I don't even know what this is. What are these accessories? Can I like, I don't want to like buy it, but like, oh, okay, perfect. What does it say? Hot? An ancient time crafted by the Egyptian Cleopatra, which time can be instantly triggered, expending... No. Replenish their vitality and taunting an enemy. Dodges incoming. Celine's light is really good. Okay, I'll buy it. I don't need a lot of convincing. Yeah, there's only 4 chapters left, so I'll just finish the game.
You're really not going to like what comes next. I hope you know that.
Don't tell me. Air Cheshire has awful in-flight entertainment and horrendous food.
Think about it. Those things that downed the jet aren't just going to let us land on their island. You think we can just say, hey, we're here, and they'll bring us a cake? Things look good from up here.
Listen, I don't need that much convincing.
The further down you go, the harder it is to not notice the reality of things.
Hey!
Cheshire, look.
Don't look at my boobs.
Oh, I'm looking.
Sir! Aren't you supposed to be flying the helicopter? Hello?
Oh, fuck me.
I bet you would like that, wouldn't you?
Welcome to my fantasy zone.
Oh! Oh! What the? I get sick. Ooh. Now what are we doing here? Literally. Glamazonian Airways, Glamazonian Airways, we are the queens of the sky. I get crazy. I start twerking. Twerk off, twerk off. I don't like that it's inverted. He used to take me to the cockpit. He would blindfold me and do unspeakable things. Ah, hee, la, la, la. And I loved it. I loved it. Oh, I loved it. I don't know how I just remembered that, but you know, I did, so. Are we done? I don't like this level. I don't like it. I don't like it. I want it to be done. The same mini boss? There's more. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, thank fucking god.
It's brilliant, Mummy!
Is it? I hated that. And I stand by it. It was fun for like 5 seconds. The silence?
Welcome to Isla del Sol. Island of wealth and power. Jean, if you've made it this far, that should be enough. You're back to your old self. This is where we finish what was started so long ago.
Haven't you said that like 3 times before? I just want to know.
Is also my enemy, be it witch or sage.
The Lumen Sages. They were our counterbalance as overseers.
What are you blowing up?
Between us, there was a law that was never to be broken. It stated, that the intersection of light and dark would bring calamity to this Earth. But 500 years ago, a child was born in clear violation of this tenet. That child was you.
Pretends to be shocked.
500 years ago.
The disaster this caused sent the clans into a spiral of chaos that continues to be felt to this day. You, the half-breed of light and dark, are at the center of that chaos. Allowing you to continue to exist is a danger that cannot be accepted. When the eyes of the world are within our grasp, the power of creation will be awakened. That is why the left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another. The left eye, our treasured left eye, will never fall into the hands of another. Bayonetta, it is time that this is brought to an end. That you are brought to an end.
You did it. It is our charge as witches to protect the treasures of the clan by any means necessary, even if it means burning every inch of this island to a crisp.
I'm really beginning to hate missiles. You know, I have no idea what the hell you girls got going on here. But you don't mind if I take this off your hands, do you? Get in, Cerecita.
Mommy.
Girl! Get in the car!
Bayonetta, time is of the essence. This can wait no longer.
Okay. Oh my god. Whoa! Oh, she's so queen for that. Fuck! I got it this time. Fuck! I hope I got it. Okay, I got it. Hi, Mia! Mia, I do have to say, the other day somebody said, like, who's your top 5 favorite drag queens? I know this is gonna be really gay, but I definitely said you were on that list. Just cause, like, I respect you. You're so hardworking. Like, I don't know a bitch that does as much work as you do. Like, you're insane. And I love you for it. So I just wanted to let you know. I didn't want you to be like, you said my name the other day on stream. I was like, yeah, that bitch inspires the fuck out of me. But also, hi, love you. No school in the morning. No, I dropped out. Fuck. Please. Also, this boss fight happening on the 14th chapter, looks around. Okay. Oh, do you now? Where at? Like, what's the place called, do you know? I mean, I hope you would know. Oh, it's probably the place where Juice was booked for a brunch. They do a lot of brunches over there. It's something called, like, I don't know. It's, like, new. Well, I'll see if I can make it out and we can do something if you'd like. I don't live in Rhode Island, but I live, like, near it. It's not far, though. But, like, I perform there every time I can.
Decided. So it is. The fear is still not gone from your eyes. Fear?
I know, next on, I think on Tuesday, I have to stream 4 days in a row, and I'm like, I'm exhausted already thinking about it.
Your vision. But now, you've accepted your fate.
Yeah.
That is how you bested me.
Yes.
That is why you
like a robot. Wake up, do it again.
Unreal
Wake up, do it again.
That is why you
Yeah.
possess the left.
I need to get that Mario, like, spot treatment thing, because it did so well for my skin when I used to use it.
We fought for this stone. And because of it, everyone died.
Eat it! Eat it!
That gem brings back so many memories.
Eat it!
Why the left eye?
Of course! Enjoy your lurk.
Left eye.
Thank you for stopping in.
Fall into the hands of another. I will not stand for the wild ambition.
She looks so pretty there.
Human sage who disrupted our age-old balance. Your path ends here. Do not fear your fate. Stand, Teresa. In the innocence of our childhood, we used to play together as friends. But as time passed, perhaps even my eyes were clouded.
Lesbians! Lesbians!
We were. Do not fear your fate. Stand, Teresa. Stand and open your eyes. For with every truth, there is another one to be seen.
The elevator? Okay.
Hey. Is it over?
Ah!
What? It's not like you don't scare the shit out of me all the time.
Cereza. I don't know whether to shoot you or to take you to Vegas for good luck, Cheshire.
Give me more credit than that. If you must know where L-U-K-A Luca is concerned, there's no such thing as luck. Only skill.
Oh, shut up. That's funny.
You didn't expect me to trust bitches. I mean... Which
Bitches!
you, Bayonetta?
How's the little one?
Out like a light. But okay other than that. What about you? You really think I'm gonna let myself be seen in public with a girl looking all beat up like that?
Oh. I look dreadful, do I?
Huh?
You'll have to learn to wipe that stupid look off your face, or I'll never let you keep chasing me around this world. Got that? Luca?
Now that's more like it.
Dumpy check. Yeah, we're doing this in one sitting. I don't care. Oh my god, I hate this fucking thing! Enough! Nobody moved! Oh no. Don't make me do another missile one. Don't make me.
Welcome back, little one.
Mummy, where are we?
It looks like someone's expecting us. Awfully nice of them to roll out the red carpet.
Luca, you need to get one thing straight.
Yeah, I know. I won't look after
I want
you.
those glasses.
I got things under control.
Imagine me getting
Let's go.
prescribed ones.
Stay next to me, little one.
I'm a little lost on the story, but I'm... Yeah.
Daddy?
What?
Daddy! Daddy, it's Daddy.
Daddy?
Do I look?
Yes, Mommy. Can't you hear him? Okay, Daddy, I'm coming. And I'll bring Mommy with me.
I know, I saw one of my IRLs get him.
Wait!
This way, Mommy.
Little one!
Ermagerd.
Little one!
Oh, here we fucking go.
Cerecita! Bayonetta! Damn it!
Who are these random people in this building? Oh. Open the door. Mwah! Open it. You can't defeat me. Gotcha, bitch. Ian, thank you for the follow. Okay, do you ever give it up? No damage. Pog. I get on a turret. Okay, wait. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know if this was necessary. The first-person shooter. True. Oh my god, this is just like Doom and Fallout. All right. Not nice. Are we done with the FPS? FPS shooter moment. Did somebody say boom? How many elevators are there? Just want to know. Oh, how fun. They throw in the whole kitchen sink! They said, weird, we do not want you to do anything. All the bosses you fought before, boss rush. Oh, I'm about to die. The silence. Hello, madam. Oh, this looks like a lovely boss fight we're about to walk into. Doesn't this look very nice? Looks nice and friendly. I'm sure nothing will go wrong here. I'm sure. Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do this. Baited! Where am I going? Oh, over here. Silly me. I'm so silly and quirky. Oh, not a golem. You can watch your mouth. That's what I fucking thought. Insta-killed you in a second. Breast, boobs, and jugs. Get his ass, get his wallet, get his wallet. Mwah. That's how I kiss my oomfies. I go mwah. Can you climb? Where are we climbing to? Hello? This is a boss rush. We're fighting all the bosses. Oh, he's about to get shit on. Look, he's already almost dead. Literally get fucked. Literally ate his ass so fast. Oh shit! Oh! You... Oh my god, it's just like Skyward Sword, oh my god. Where do I go? What am I supposed to do? I have to jump over it, probably. I can't run faster than that. Right, right, right. Respect the drip, thank you for the follow. So, what now? The game heard you talking shit. No, literally, they said, this is giving the end of Haunting Grounds tease that we just go to heaven and everything is religious. Oh, now we're going into, okay. Anyone like cock?
Oh, what a day.
I got stone. Right, right. If I get this fucking mini game one more time, know your place.
M333 co-donated $10. Bayonetta.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Bayonetta. Please. I just need, you don't need to show me your little cinematic. So you don't get alternate costumes in this game? Are they only in the second one? No one can ever say that I don't beat video games. I've beaten like 3 games in the last week.
Those living in the light is nothing but the profound, empty darkness born from the shadow that grows longer as they approach the brilliant radiance. To truly see, your eyes must be open to both light
Hey!
and dark. Don't you agree, my dear child?
I don't like that he just put lipstick on this child. Like, that's cute and all, but like, you're a stranger to her, so get your hands off her. Daddy, that is not your daddy. That's not your daddy.
You've arrived, my dear, sweet Cereza. My, why the grim face, my dear? As a child, your smile was warmer than the sun.
So, you are the last of the Lumen sages.
I am indeed. My name is Balder, but if you so choose, you may address me as Father. There is much you have forgotten. It has been 500 years since we last met. If your memories were still intact, this would have been a much more emotional reconciliation.
How did you get the girl?
Where shall I begin?
Oh, lore dump.
We, the Lumen Sages, and your Umbra Witches, have long been the overseers of history, each bearing witness with their own eye. This is how our universes existence was preserved. However, for 500 years, you have been exiled from the world's affairs. You are the left eye of the eyes of the world.
Okay, I'm with you. Kind of.
Could you dispense with the riddles and just tell me what these sodding eyes actually are?
Yeah,
Your
please.
years of slumber have caused you to forget many things, even as we stand on the verge of the resurrection of the Creator. The resurrection of Jubileus. There is but one way to return your epic of forgotten memories and open your eye of the Overseer. Your uncorrupted eye had to be exposed to the history it could not see. Ah. Your battles, your struggles, everything you've experienced in this town has been a stepping stone for your enlightenment. It has all been done for the left eye.
I've had enough of your philosophical pretensions. I won't ask again.
Get him.
Where did you get the girl?
Your question has been answered. All this has been done to awaken the left eye. For that, you had to see yourself once more.
You are truly beyond salvation, sage.
Ah, salvation. Such a curious word. I mark the path to salvation with light. However, no matter how brilliant that light grows, the darkness within the human heart grows even darker. Light, dark, and chaos between. Three realities, once split, shall be brought together to create a new universe in the image of the earth. To these ends, leading to the Festival of Resurrection 500 years ago, I fanned the flames of terror spurring on the witch hunts. However, despite the people's belief in the return of Jubileus, the creator, the left eye was out of reach. Since then, I have devoted myself to this town's prosperity. And now, it is time for my preparations to bear fruit. Jubileus will be resurrected.
I think so.
We will become the eyes of the world, and a new universe will.
Because he just said you needed to see yourself once more to awaken the eye.
I could never call the man behind this nightmare father.
Great speech, big guy.
Luca.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, aren't we, Mr. Big Shot Ithaval Executive? Salvation, light. You take this entrepreneurial philosophy a bit seriously, don't you? But it's all diarrhea of the mouth, if you ask me.
Why did he just... Okay.
History is littered with famous genocidal figures, just like you. Or, should I say, infamous genocidal figures.
Oh!
You must be Luca, journalist extraordinaire. I must say, I'm truly impressed you've made it this far, child. Like father, like son, I suppose.
What?
Luca, Luca, Luca. Your father had problems with my philosophies. It's fine to investigate, but when malicious rumors start to spread, I must see to it that they come to a stop. For being kind enough to ascertain that my long-lost eraser was at the bottom of some lake, I granted him his final wish and accepted his permanent resignation.
You bastard!
No shit that it wasn't Bayonetta that killed your father. Like, no shit. Like, get a clue, Luca.
However, I am not without dignity. I will allow you to die in the same manner as your father.
Jesus.
Well, I guess my plan has gone right out the window. Such a shame that sacrifice had to be made. But if destiny is not fulfilled soon, this tragedy will be repeated ad nauseum. Speaking of tragedy, I suppose you've met Jean. While she sealed you away and kept you from trouble, after falling into our hands, she's been incredibly useful. Although her distinct lack of obedience...
Okay, so I'm trying to follow the lore. So, originally, in the past timeline, it was everybody trying to... So Bayonetta was born, but Bayonetta was born half and half. So, they couldn't fulfill the prophecy. And since they couldn't fulfill the prophecy, they tried awakening a new prophecy, or the same prophecy, out of Bayonetta by awakening her other eye. But Jean knew that wasn't right, locked Bayonetta away for 500 years, so they couldn't awaken the other eye. And while doing that, this guy planted the duplicate child of Bayonetta to awaken her other eye for whatever reason he thinks that's gonna awaken the other eye. Whatever this prophecy of the eye awakening is. Am I following this correctly? Sort of, at least.
Obedience required a bit of mental reprogramming. Her tragic end led you directly to me, just as planned. The time for awakening the left eye is soon. Fear not, my dear, sweet Cereza. Do not fear your fate. Stand tall, my child. Realize your true potential. Cereza, we are one, my child.
What? Oh, Jesus. With the baby on his chest? Damn! I thought that said Father Bladder. I was like, girl, go piss. Oh no. He did not just do that. He gagged me. That made my wig spin. He is not picking up an entire building. What? You are literally lying to me. Okay. That made my wig spin. Sure did. What am I gonna do? I don't have an enemy. I don't have a guy to help me out now. Oh, I have this one, yeah. Is he gonna kill all of them? Oh, what if he kills all of them? He's gonna kill all of my demon spawns. And he combs his hair. What, the feather? Get his ass.
Hey, Jubileus, the Creator, grace you!
He killed all of my demons. That's so fucked. Walmart, thank you so much for the follow.
I've got to give you credit, Bayonetta. You never cease to impress.
You haven't seen the half of it.
I've seen enough.
Same. Right, thank you for the follow.
Well, that about wraps it up, huh?
He's gonna get up.
Not yet.
Literally, he's gonna sit up and be like, hello.
No need to be afraid, little one. The nightmare is over. Everything was just a dream. You're a strong little girl. There is nothing.
Hi, Smirky! Rating at like this cinema, like the ending of Bayonetta 1. We're like, oh yeah! Hi, Smirky, happy to see you. Anybody coming in? My pronouns are they, them. I'm so happy to have you. I do drag here 5 times a week and play a lot of retro games. I'd love to have you here when Smirky isn't live. But welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? Everybody follow Smirky from my community. Please follow Smirky. I'm going to be doing lots of stuff with Smirky in the next couple of months at live events. I'm so excited to hang out with them. How was the stream?
You cannot overcome.
Oh! No, one of my mods is a Wizard 101 stan. You did not play Wizard 101, you lion. It's like a joke here on the channel. Maddie will walk in and be like, Wizard 101, anyone? Anyways.
Did you find it? What you were looking for?
I stan. I've been playing Fusion Fall.
Yes, I found it. So don't you worry anymore. You just keep your treasure safe too.
Okay, but I want things to make sense, Bayonetta. Like, I want to understand.
Little one. Fly me to the moon.
Oh.
Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words.
Smirky, what time zone are you in? Are you EST or PST? Oh, okay. I'm not, but hello. Fly me to the moon. Me after I drink a specific energy drink? Sorry. Non-specific.
When you love something, never lose it. Understand, little one? You
Okay,
must keep it safe, close to your heart.
Okay, let's understand. I want to understand.
I'm not afraid anymore, Mummy. No matter what. There's nothing I cannot do.
What's happening to you?
Bitch, she's dying. She is dying.
And now it is done.
See, he got up.
The right eye oversees the light.
I knew it.
The left eye oversees the darkness. 2 eyes to oversee the world.
Yes, we all have eyes. 2 eyes. I hope.
It was never the woman known as Bayonetta that I set my sights upon. It
That's
was
rude.
you as a child, Cereza, that I saw. For she was the one who saw the world through innocent eyes, and she was the one who could give rise to a new history. It was her energy that could awaken the left eye. This has all worked out splendid.
I have no idea what's happening. And I've played the entire game today in one sitting.
Let us begin, Cereza. The time is at hand.
So she did all that just to... It was because fate is fate. And she flopped. Sorry.
Now, the resurrection of Jubileus shall be completed. We are the eyes, overseeing...
I hope she gets up and like, just kidding, bam.
Overseeing a new era, a new reality, to which we will devote ourselves eternally.
I literally have no idea what's happening. They lost me.
May Jubileus, the Creator, grace all its creation.
Why is he kind of... Sorry. Well, one more chapter. That chapter was 3 minutes long. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Shut, Sparky, please. Bayonetta not being there? Wow. Right. None. I thought I had it, but somebody said I was wrong. I thought I thought I had the lore down, but then they were like, it's a wrap. I have no idea. Yeah. True. What? Epilogue. What's an epilogue mean? Like post-game? That means post-game. So bitch, we beat the game. That was the end. When I get the bad ending, I think I just got the bad ending, I'm not even lying. Fly me to the moon. That's me after I have spicy chicken and I go. Oh, you fucking better work my pussy out, John.
There's still time.
Fuck yeah. You fucking better. Her bottom lashes, like, she's beat. Do I get to play as her? I will shit on the floor right now. I will literally, I will. Right here. Don't tell me, I don't want to see.
The left eye. Our treasured left eye. will never fall into the hands of another. It is the pride of the Umbra Witches.
I know, that's right! Yes! I get to play as Mother! Mother John. Okay, I'm taking a lot of damage, please. Did I just die? What's happening? Motorcycle session. I jump. I jump. I die. Right. Right. Okay, all right. Okay. I'm gonna do it! Guys, I'm doing it! I'm doing it! I'm doing it, Mr. Krabs! Ooh! I'm doing it! I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Thank you, Smirky. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I'll talk to you soon. Where are we going? Oh! I jump. 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 Go, John, go. Go, John, go. Go, John, go. Go, John, go. I'm having contractions.
Nah, Jean. You provided me with many blessings. The one and only authentic left eye. Merely seeing it must stir jealousy within you. Your body must yearn to feel a new universe form around it.
I have no intentions of gazing upon the left eye. I am here to reclaim my Umbran sister.
Yes! Uh-oh. John! Go! 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 Go!
The time has come for Jubileus to return.
Who is Jubileus?
The Trinity of Realities will
The
know
who?
the real ruler, and time will begin anew.
Theresa, wake up!
Are you insane? Light and dark. Unless both eyes remain, the universe will lose its balance and face another Armageddon.
Oh my god, John.
Then this thing should have slept for eternity. Now you must wake up, Theresa. Theresa! Theresa! Damn you! Open your eyes!
Kiss her! Sorry. I still want to kiss.
Theresa, you aren't the person I see sealed away 500 years ago. You have the strength to overcome this and fight. Finish this.
Control Jubilee
Yes.
now. His power is too intense. Light, dark,
I think what my explanation was correct. And if not, then I'm believing it, because it's the only thing that makes sense.
the trinity of realities wrapped up in a vortex of
What? No. There's no. I can't fight that. You're. Yeah.
Rest, my friend. I'm off to get that black cat.
The health bar? Jesus. Period. Whoa. Oh god, I just glitched myself. I glitched myself. Fuck! Get her ass. Oh my god. What the fuck? I have no idea where the last one is. It's right there. I might die. If I'm honest. How do I do that? I don't have one. I don't have a fucking lollipop. I'm not a lollipop haver. Nope. The jams, though. I'm popping my pussy. Fucking hell, the music is so good. What the? Someone help. I'm a child. What is happening? Get her, get her, get her, get her. We're almost there. Go, go, go. Ah! Nah. I dodged it! I am literally dodging it, which is so fucking annoying. Okay, cool. Whatever. Fucking bullshit. Are we gonna see Madame Butterfly? Or is she only in the second game? Oh. Oh. What is happening right now? Was I supposed to avoid that? Okay. Well, maybe make it clear that I'm supposed to avoid that. Okay, there's us. Hey, Earth. Hey. This happens IRL. This is exactly what happened IRL. Oh, the credits are rolling. Oh, okay, wow. That was an abrupt credit rolling. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, wow.
Unbelievable. We managed to stop this abomination, and it's still going to destroy the world.
John!
Not her finding our... She's so camp.
Come now. You're one of a kind. If you die here, who's going to save the world?
Wait, Jean has a pixie cut in this game and Bayonetta has long hair in this game, but in the second game it's reversed. Jean has long hair and Bayonetta has short hair. I just noticed.
You and I are going home together. John, we're both one of a kind.
Now those are the eyes I've been waiting to see.
What's going on? Oh my Jesus Christ. I shoot its boobs? This is definitely something happening. Dev and Pax, thank you for the follows. Huh. Am I just stupid or did no one else get the story? I thought I got it.
Okay. This is getting ridiculous. How do you keep surviving all this? I bet you're trying to sneak up on me right now. Aren't you, Bayonetta?
Days? Days later?
Well, no rest for the wicked. But at least she's at peace. Back in the box she came from. And I guess I'm gonna have to find a new racket to line my pockets. No bonus for old Enzo this time. As fucking usual.
You know how it works with witches, Enzo. They make a deal with the devil, and when they die, the devil gets his due. You get sent down into hell and wandering around scared.
I know they're not burying John.
Kinda comes with the territory.
Why are you telling me this? Is this not why we are standing here? Praying for her soul to rest in peace? I better not be out here catching a fucking cold if these prayers don't mean nothing.
It's nice to think your prayers are worth a damn, isn't it? You made a killing exploiting her. Hell, you never know. She might get lonely and come back to haunt your ass.
Well, thank you for the follow. Not blowing the smoke in his face. What's happening?
I said I'd never give up chasing you. I just never thought the chase would end like this.
Girl, she's not dead. You're silly. That's a lot of fucking flowers, bitch. Who wants to get me flowers like that?
You said it was a demon repellent. It might help you on the road ahead.
Girl. Probably next stream. Maybe.
Wait
I'm not sure.
What the hell are they coming down here to get her
I just set up my Wii U.
Of course they'd come for the prize they've been seeking all along.
Holy shit! You're...
Did you guys just not recognize her? Like, hello? Some things never change.
I swear, this is the last time I cosplay.
Hear that? That's your cue.
Will you hurry up? Don't tell me you fell asleep in that thing again.
What the? You gotta fucking be kidding me. You're telling me she's... Unfucking-believable!
What did you think? She was dead? Not after all that.
Morning! Shoving me into this filthy old casket. And next time, some air holes would be nice. Fewer words, ideally.
Save the chit-chat for later. We've got work to do.
No, she is. I love her. Oh. She is so out of your league. Like, come on. Enough.
Extra ingenue?
It has a bit of rosemary. In the language of flowers, rosemary equates to remembrance. Suits me now, doesn't it? Let's dance, boys!
Y'all can't tell me I never beat anything. I beat that in one sitting, bitch. Hello. Probably one of the best soundtracks of all time. I'd say like top 5. No, it's over. It's over. I'll say when it's over. I get crazy. That Casey Tron emote. What is that? Sega!
Sega.
Oh. Epilogue. Don't give me a bronze award. That is nasty. Oh, I like that! A little completion screen. You fucking better work my pussy out. Bust it down. She is so iconic. Bayonetta dance game when? I want a Bayonetta dance game. Like a rhythm game. Oh! I want to see an outfit change. I would gag. Oh, booty! You better shake that ass! She's so mean! I like the guys just standing in the background, like letting her do her thing. Me with my man at the club. Backup dancers! Oh! The She's twerking! Twerk off! Oh, you better do a duet. You better slay my puss! This song. Oh my god, they're both stripping! I love women! She is the moment. There's no one doing it like her. I'm just saying. Bayonetta. Well, thank you for joining me. Thank you all. We did it in one sitting. One sitting. Which is kind of iconic if you ask me. I don't. Everybody's going to bed on the streams. Okay, I don't care if Blizz is ending. We're gonna raid Blizz. I don't care. We're gonna quickly raid Blizz. Everybody send Blizz my love. I love Blizz so much. Blizz is one of my favorite content creators here on the platform. Please send your love. Go follow him and send him all the love. We love a bisexual king, so please go follow and send support and love to him. I will see you all possibly tomorrow, if not on Sunday. I'm gonna try to get back into my other schedule of Saturday and then Saturday, like Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, whatever. But yeah, just keep your eyes peeled for new streams, and I think we're gonna go into something else and then do Bayonetta 2 a little bit later, just so I don't wear myself out from Bayonetta. But yeah, I will see you guys later. Thank you all so much for hanging today. I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye.